Uh, also, hello, welcome in. I am your resident slime in a jar, slimy. Nervous as ever, cause goddamn, I can't believe I'm doing this to myself. But the one who's gonna join me in this endeavor will be the wonderful Astro Nishimoto to probably make fun of my embarrassment. uh, I just gotta remember to also stream it on Discord so it doesn't, you're just like, but where dialogue? I don't know what I'm
Where's
seeing.
dialogue? Where are the words?
So I'm gonna quickly set that up on the side real quick, and then just restream it and prevent everyone's ears from blasting from just how loud the thing is when it starts up. Okay, and then let me put this over to here on the etc. stuff. Put full screen on. Boop boop. Bing bang boom. But yeah, we're gonna be. Oh, and I see what the. Okay, thank you. OBS, I'm glad that you did this to me. Can you put it at full screen, please, and not in the corner? Yeah, it is still doing it. Oh, I hate it here. Oh, this is gonna be. This is gonna be great. Is there a way I could make this? No, I can't. Okay, hold on. Let me see here, because that's actually frustrating me. That it's not capturing the full like screen of it. Oh boy. You go into options. Can I make it bigger through properties? If so, that would be great. That would be fantastic. Uh, but general. No. So it's either gonna just okay. I got an idea, though I'm gonna have to be really scuffed with it. So let me do this. I'm going to Alt tab off of it when I hit the return button. Let's see, can I just make? Oh, I need to unlock it first. God, where's it at? Oh, I forgot. No wait, I can't. Uh, fucking unlock that, and then there's. I think that should help it. Until it's gonna be a pain in the ass to fix it. So now we click back on this. Let's see what's that. Oh, it just. Why do you do this to me? I literally did so much for a second. God damn it! I hate it here. Oh, I hate it here. I can't even click off of it to just. Revving up the anger engine. I gotta do this whole spiel. Okay, let me just drag this. Maybe this will help it be bigger and not be a pain in my arse. Jesus. It's like the whole thing with Discord. And now it. Oh, this is. Mm, 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 I hate it. I fucking hate it so much. What is this, bro? What is this? I can't even touch the other monitor. I mm, mm. This is so fucking scuffed and I hate it. Oh my lord. How do people stream this? How? Okay, hold on. Let me try the other scene if that would fix it. Because I swear to God, if it don't, I'm gonna be mad. So we're gonna turn that off. Go to here. Go to game capture. Yes, yes. Properties. Will that do it? Are you gonna do it? Hold on. Let me now put this into full screen. Will it capture it? If it doesn't capture it, I'm gonna be mad. It doesn't capture it. I, I don't know what you want from me. Maybe, let's see. Display capture. Will that work? Or is that what this is? That is what that is. Oh.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's what you were doing. Because that's your screen.
How does one capture this? How? Window capture? Will that work? No, it's me. See. Oh! I hate it. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm gonna name this scene, or I'm gonna name this specific thing here. Where is it at? Where are you at? Why are you running? Okay, I'm gonna rename this scene because it's been giving me pain. So, peace. If I could spell peace at all, of trash. There we go. That's what that scene is gonna be named. Because yes. How can I fit you on the window? No, I can't fit you on the window. This is gonna be pain. And you're covering up Ash! What is this? Oh my lord. I am... How do I put this? No, not hiding mixer. What are you doing? You're doing great, but okay, thank you. I appreciate Can I put this? How does one put this up front? How does this function? Transition? No, not that. Subtract? What? Transform? No, that doesn't do that. Move up. That didn't move it. Wait, huh? Oh, but why? Well, what does this have to be interacted with? Hold on. Let me. Can I please? Can I please? There we go. We'll put you up top right there. Cause you know, it's not making it more simple, and it's making me frustrated. We haven't even gotten into it yet. So this sucks so bad. Oh my god. But there you go. Look at right there. Ash is not being covered up by this.
Nailed it.
I want to die. I want to die. God damn it. Okay, so I'm just gonna play it just how I have it right now. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go onto Discord and I'm gonna stream it on Discord. I swear to God, if it makes it fucking tiny, I'm going to literally die right here, right now. Like, I will literally be like that emote that I have. On the floor, dead.
Dead.
But anyways, besides, you know, this very scuffed startup, this is Katawa Shoujo. Shoujo? I don't know.
Shoujo.
Shoujo, there you go. Okay. I just need someone. I need help. I get boo boo in my brain. This sucks. Oh my lord. But this is Katawa Shoujo, and it's a visual novel. I played this a while back with friends, but I wanted to share this visual novel with, you know, with the Oni because, yeah. But enough embarrassing myself already because God, I do that enough as it is, and it's just. Why don't we just get on to it, shall we?
Yeah.
Uh, good thing I'm wearing my glasses because goddamn, this window is very, very small. Jesus. Oh my god. A light breeze caused the naked branches overhead to rattle like wooden wind chimes. This is popular. This is a popular retreat for couples in the summer. The this okay, here we go. My brain's already. I was gonna say my brain's already getting fried already. uh, the deciduous trees provide a beautiful green canopy far out of sight of teachers and fellow students. But now, in the late winter, it feels like I'm standing under a pile of kindling. My breath into my cupped hands and rubbing them together furiously to prevent them from numbing in the cold. Just how long am I expected to wait out here? Anyways, I'm sure the note said 4 o'clock p.m. Ah, yes, the note. Slipped between the pages of my math book while I wasn't looking. As far as cliches go, I'm more a fan of the letter in the locker, but at least this way shows a bit more of incentive. As I ponder the meaning of the note, the snow gradually thickens. The snowflakes slightly falling from the white painted sky are the only sign of time passing in the stagnant world. Stagnated? Yeah. Their slow descent upon the frozen forest makes it seem like time has slowed to a crawl. The rustling of dry snow underfoot startles me, interrupting the quiet mood. Someone is approaching me from behind.
Hi, Hisao. You came?
A hesitating, barely audible question. However, I recognize the owner of that dainty voice instantly. I feel my heart skip a beat. It's a voice I've listened to hundreds of times, but never as more than an eavesdrop to a conversation. I turn to face this voice, the voice of my dreams, and my heart begins to race. Oh god, if in oh god, Jesus, can I even fucking pronounce this? God, Inako,
Iwanako?
Iwanako. I
Yeah.
think that sounds right. I got the note telling me to wait here. It was yours? Damn it! I spent all afternoon trying to come up with a good line, and that was the result. Yeah, this seems like me. 100% seems like me. Pathetic.
Yes, I asked a friend to give you that note. I'm so glad you got it.
A shy, joyous smile that makes me so tense I couldn't move a single muscle, even if I tried. My heart is pounding now, as if it were trying to burst out from my chest and claim this girl for itself. So, here we are, out in the cold. Once again, the wind stirs up the branches. The can cacophis. I don't even fucking know, bro. It's like cacophonous, bro. I can't word. I cannot word for the life of me. The canopy's noise and is music to my ears. Goddammit, I fucking forgot the name. Iwanako flinches ever so softly against the gust of wind. As it passes, she rights herself as if supported by some new confidence. Her eyes locked with mine, and she lazily twirls her long dark hair around her fingers. All the while, the Anxious beating of my heart grows louder. What are you doing? What do you mean, what am I doing? What do you mean, what am I doing, Mr. Whale? Scuffing up words and reading a visual novel. And being made fun of in the sidelines. What do you mean? Can't read for shit. So this is just, I'm trying my best, and there's a fucking ice cream truck. God damn it. It's not fitting right now, bro. My throat is tight. I doubt I could even force a word out if I tried.
You see, I wanted to know if you'd go out with me.
I stand there, motionless, save for my pounding heart. I wanted to say something in reply, but my vocal cords feel like they've been stretched beyond the breaking point.
Hisao?
I reach up to try to massage my throat, but this only sends spikes of blinding pain along my arm.
Hisao?
My whole body freezes, save for my eyes, which shoot open in terror.
Hisao!
The beating in my chest suddenly stops, and I go weak at the knees. The world around me, the canop, the canopy, yeah, the canopy. God, I cannot. The canopy of bare branches, the dull winter sky, Iwanako running towards me, all these fade to black. The last thing I remember before slipping away are the sounds of Iwanako screaming for help and the incentive clatter of branches above. Oh. Katawa Shoujo.
That was Shoujo.
Got anything to drink on the sidelines? Because, oh.
I do, yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of it. A lot of reading. Oh.
Yeah.
But for, a visual novel like this, it's got great visuals. It really does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I have something on my other monitor that I wanted to look at real quick.
All right.
Where is it at? I know I do have a page open for it. Where is it at? Where?
Mm-hmm.
Because not only does this game have routes, there's also bad endings, and I'm not a fan of bad endings. I'm gonna be honest. It make me sad.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm gonna have to open up this one, and that's so small. Why is it so spicy?
Why is it so spicy? What?
Oh god, I can't see any of that. Jesus. Okay. It's been 4 months since my heart attack. In that whole time, I could probably count the times I've left this hospital room unsupervised on one hand. 4 months is a pretty long time when you're left alone with your thoughts. So I've had plenty of time to come to terms with my situation. What the Jesus. Our our hind
Arrhythmia.
I was gonna say I'm pretty sure did you say this earlier? There's
Yeah, I
just
did. Yeah, it's arrhythmia.
arrhythmia. God, I can't.
Yeah.
I cannot.
It's a medical term, so I don't blame you for not being able to pronounce it.
Good goddamn fucking medical terms. Jesus Christ. Okay. A strange word, a foreign alien one. One that you don't want to be in the same room with. A rare condition is it causes the heart to act erectedly? Am I saying that right? Erectedly?
Erratically?
Erratically? God damn it. Why did I
Yeah.
say why erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. Apparently I've had it for a long time. They said it was a miracle that I was able to go on so long without anything happening. Is that really a miracle? I guess it was supposed to be to make me feel better, more appreciative of my life. It really didn't do anything to cheer up. It didn't really do anything to cheer me up. My parents, I think, were hit harder by the news than I was. They partially had 2 hemorrhages apiece. I had already had a full day by then to digest everything. To them, it was all fresh. They were even willing to sell our house in order to pay for a cure. Of course, there isn't a cure. Because of the late discovery of this condition, I've had to stay at a hospital to recuperate from the treatments. When I was first admitted, it felt as if I was missing, or if I was missed. I don't know why I said something. For about a week, my room in the ward was full of flowers, balloons, and cards. But the visitors soon dwindled, and all the get well gifts began trickling down to nothing shortly after. I realized that the only reason I had gotten so many cards and flowers was because sending me their sympathy had been turned into a class project. Maybe some people were genuinely concerned, but I doubt it. Even in the beginning, I barely had visitors. By the end of the first month, only my parents came by on a regular basis. Iwanako was the last to stop visiting. After 6 weeks, I never saw her again. We never had that much to talk about when she visited, anyways. Didn't touch the subject that was between us on that snowy day ever again. The hospital? It's not really a place I'd like to live in. The doctors and nurses feel so impersonal and faceless. I guess it's because they are in a hurry and they have a million other patients waiting for them, but it makes me feel uncomfortable. For the first month or so, I asked the head cardiologist every time I saw him for a rough estimate of when I would be able to leave. He never answered anything in a straightforward way, but told me to wait and see if the treatment and surgeries worked. So I idly observed the scar that those surgeries had left on my chest slowly change its appearance over time, thinking of it as some kind of omen. I still asked the head cardiologist oh my god, about leaving, but my expectations are low enough now that I'm not disappointed anymore when I don't get a reply. The way he shuffles around the answer shows that there is at least some hope. At some point, I stopped watching TV. I don't know why. I just did. Maybe it was the wrong kind of escapism from my situation? I started reading instead. There was a small library at the hospital. Although it was more of a storage room for books, I began working my way through it, one small stack at a time. After consuming them, I would go back for more. I found that I like reading, and I think I even became a bit addictive. I don't know why. Where are these words coming from? They're forming. I started feeling naked without a book in my hand, but I love the stories. That was what my life was like. Day became increasingly harder to distinguish from each other, differing only by the book I was reading and the weather outside. It felt like time blurred into some kind of gooey mass. I was trapped inside instead of moving within. A week could go by without me really noticing it. Sometimes I'd pause in realization that I didn't know what day of the week it was. But other times, all the things that surrounded me would painfully crash into my consciousness through the barrier of nonchalance.
Hmm?
Okay, I had set for myself. The pages of my book would start to feel sharp and burning hot, and the heaviness in my chest would become so hard to bear that I had to put the book aside and just lay down for a while, looking at the ceiling as if I was going to cry. But that happened only rarely, and I could never cry. I couldn't even cry. Today the doctor comes in and gives me a smile. He seems excited, but not very. It's like he's trying to make an effort to be happy on my behalf. My parents are here. It's been a few days since I've last seen them. Both of them are even sort of dressed up. Is this supposed to be some kind of special occasion? It's not a party. There's this ritual the head cardiologist has. He's he takes his time sorting his papers, then setting them aside as if to make a point of the pointlessness of what he just did. Then he casually sits down on the edge of the bed next to mine. He looks me in the eye for a moment. Hello, Hisao. How are you today? I don't answer him, but I smile a little back at him. I believe that you can go home. Your heart is stronger now, and with some precautions, you should be fine. We have all of your medication sorted out. I'll give your father the prescription. The doctor hands the sheet of paper to my dad, whose expression turned wooden as he reads it quickly. So many. I take it from his hand and take a look for myself. Feeling numb, how am I supposed to react to this? The absurdly long list of medications staring back at me from the paper seems insurmountable. They all blend together in a sea of letters. This is insane. Side effects, adverse effects, contraditional, and doses are listed lines after lines with cold precision. I tried to read them, but it's so futile. I can't understand any of it, attempting to only make me feel sicker. All this for the rest of my life? Every day? I'm afraid that is the best we can do at this point. However, new medications are always being developed, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that list fade over the years. Years? What kind of confidence booster is that? I'd have felt better if he hadn't said anything at all. Also, I've spoken with your parents, and we believe that It would be best if you don't return to your old school. What? Please calm down, Hisao. Listen to what the doctor has to say. Calm down? The way he the way he says it tells me he knew full well that I wouldn't like that kid. Am I going to be homeschooled? Whatever. My concerns show it's ignored. We all understand that your education is paramount. However, I don't think it's wise for you to be without supervision. At least, not until we're sure that your medication is suitable. So I've spoken to your parents about the transfer. It's a school called Yamaku Ha Academy that specializes in dealing with disabled students. Disabled? What? Am I? It's a 24-hour nursing staff, and it's only a few minutes from a highly regarded general hospital. The majority of students live on the campus. Think of it as a boarding school of some sort. It's designed to give students a degree of independence while keeping help nearby. Independence? It's a school for disabled kids. Don't try to disguise that fact. If it was really that free, there wouldn't be a 24-hour nursing staff, and you wouldn't make a hospital being nearby a selling point. Of course, that is if you want to go, but your mother and I aren't really able to homeschool you. We went out there and had a look for a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks back. I think you'd like that. It looks like I really don't have a choice. Compared to the other heart problems, people with your condition usually tend to live long lives. You'll need a job one day, and this is a good opportunity to continue your education. This isn't an opportunity. Don't call it an opportunity. Don't call it a goddamn opportunity. Well, you should be excited at the chance to go back to school. I remember you wanted to return to school, and while it's not the same one, a special school, that's an insult. That is what I want to say. It's a step down. It's not what you think. All the students there are pretty active in their own sort of way. It's geared towards students that can still get around and learn, but just need a little help in one way or another. Your father's right, and many of the graduates of the school have gone to do amazing things. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disabilities. One of my colleagues in another hospital is a graduate. I don't care. A person doesn't have to be held back by their disability. That's what a disability is. I really hate that something so important was decided for me. But what can I do about it? A normal life is out of the question now. It's funny. I had always thought my life was actually kind of boring, but now I missed it. I want to protest. I want to blame this lack of reaction on shock or fatigue. Can't easily yell out something now. Something about how I can go back to school anyway, but no. I don't say anything. The fact is that I know now it's futile. I look around the room feeling very tired of all of this. The hospital, doctors, my condition, everything. I don't see anything that would make me feel any different. There really isn't a choice. I know this. But the thought of going to a disabled school, what are those even like? As much as I try to put a positive spin on this, it's very difficult. But let me try. A clean slate isn't a bad thing. That is all I can think of to get me through this. At least, I still have something. Even if it's a special school, it's something. It's a fresh start. And my life isn't over. It would be a mistake to just resign myself to think that. At the very least, I try to see what my new life will look like. Act 1, Life Expectancy. And the reading continues. The gate looked far too pompous for what it is. In fact, gates in general seem to do that. But this one especially so. Red bricks, black wrought iron, and gray plaster assembled into a whole that didn't feel welcoming at all. I wondered if it looked like what a gate for a school should have looked like, but couldn't really decide. Probably no. Of course, I didn't want to get stuck on thinking about the gate for too long. So, I entered through it with a brisk pace that felt surprisingly good. Moving forward feels good. So I walked towards the main building of Yamaku Academy with this brisk pace. I alone, as my parents are taking my stuff to the dorms. And there's supposed to be someone waiting for me. The grounds are incredibly lush, filled with grain. It doesn't feel like that kind of ground school would have. More like a park, with a clean walkway going past trees and the smell of fresh cut grass and all the other park-like things. Words like clean and hygienic pop into my mind. Makes me shudder. I shake them off. Stay open-minded now. It's your new life. You have to take it as it comes. That's what I tell myself. Few big buildings loom behind the leafy canopies. Too big and too many for just a school. Everything seems off. It's different from what I thought I knew about school. It's an uncanny valley. Even though I was told this is my new school, in the back of my head, it doesn't feel like one. I wonder if the feeling is real or caused by my expectations of a school for the disabled. Speaking of that, I don't see anyone else here. It's kind of eerie. It makes me wish there was somebody here so I could anchor myself to something tangible instead of having this feeling that I stepped into another dimension. Trees hum with the wind, and the green hues flashing all around me to catch my attention. It makes me think about hospitals again. How they say that the operating rooms are painted green because green is a common color. Why am I feeling anxious, despite all this greenery? Only after I stand in front of the haunting main building, I surprise myself by realizing why the gates bother me. It was the last chance I had to turn back, even if I had no life I could return to. But still, after entering, there was absolutely no way I could go back anymore. Feeling nervous, and with this realization set in my head, I opened the front door. A tall man with a bad posture notices me as I enter. We're the only people in the lobby, so it's logical. You must be Nikki? Nakai. So you are. Excellent. I'm your homeroom and science teacher. My name is Muto. Welcome. We exchange a handshake that is neither firm nor sloppy, and he looks at his watch. The head nurse asked you for a brief check-in visit. There's no time for that now. Oh. Should I go later? Yes. Afternoon is probably fine. We should get going and introduce you to the rest of the class. They're waiting already. Waiting for me? I don't really like being the center of attention. But I guess it's inevitable in the situation like this. Somehow, not knowing what is waiting for me makes me feel really nervous. Thinking of this, I almost missed what the teacher is saying. Do you want to introduce yourself to the class? Why? Why do I have to? Of course not. That's why I asked. Right. Then, let's go. My heart is pounding in my chest. It keeps me thinking about my condition as I follow the teacher up the stairs. The third door down the third floor corridor is marked as the classroom for class 3-3. Moto opens the door and enters. Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I'm late again. I hesitate for a split second at the door, freezing on the spot. Get a grip. This is a big step. I know that. But there isn't any point of worrying so much about it. At least, not this soon. Follow the teacher into the classroom and look around, partially so I won't have to meet the curious gazes of my new classmates. It's pretty spacious. The ceiling is unusually high, and there's a lot of space left over around and in between the desks. An entire wall taken up by a blackboard and the high, old-fashioned windows only make it seem larger. The students' desks are just standard wooden desk, with a shelf underneath for books and wooden chair with a metal frames. Simple and efficient. Stop walking into the front of the classroom and face the other students. They all look normal, like students in any other high school, but then, why would they be here? They probably like me and have something wrong with them. Only it's just not immediately obvious. Then I noticed that one of the girls seemed to be missing their thumb of their right hand. It's a little jarring. Despite the natural tendencies to listen when someone's talking to you, I tune out the teacher's speech halfway through while he's introducing me to the class. I notice a flash of dark hair and see that someone is looking at me. A girl with really long, straight hair that is pretty eye-catching. As she sees me looking back at her, she covers her face with her hand as if it will make her invisible. There's a boy with a cane leaning against the lockers at the rear of the class. It's weird seeing someone so young with a cane. Another girl seems to be making some weird hand motions. Sign language? She peers at me over the rim of her glasses. Then she goes back to whatever she was doing. It's kind of cute. So is the cheery looking girl with pink hair sitting next to her? She's really hard to miss. I don't know how I didn't notice her at the moment I walked in. Please, welcome our new classmate. He claps his hands, and so does everyone else, except one girl in the first row who has only one hand. I cringe a little, but hide it by bowing in thanks for the applause I did not deserve. After the applause, there was a brief silence that nobody seemed to want to be responsible for breaking. The teacher soon realizes that he should have probably said something. He opened up with an intangible noise, shuts up as he loses his momentum, and then starts introducing me. Nobody seems to be too interested. Maybe I should have said yes to the self-introduction thing. Probably realizing this, he doesn't know anything about me. He just ends up saying my name wrong again. and asks me to write it on the blackboard. I do that, and turn back to face the class feeling awkward. I listen to the teacher as he drones about getting along while letting my gaze sweep across the classroom. Everyone seems to be listening to him intently, and when he's done, they clap their hands again, which feels like a weird thing to do. The first row girl claps on this round with her hand against the other wrist that ends with a bandage stump. It makes me feel a little bit bad. We're going to be doing some group work today, so that'll give you a chance to talk with everyone. Is that okay with you? Yeah, it's fine with me. That's good. You can work with Hakamichi. She is the class representative. She can explain anything you might want to know. And who else would be able to do that better, right? How could I know? The teacher passes out the day's assignments and announces that we will be working in groups of 3. It hits me that I don't know who Hakamichi is. Slow, the teacher seems to catch my helpless expression. Oh, right. Hakamichi is over there. Shizu Hakamichi. As he calls out her name, the cute, bubbly-looking girl with bright pink hair and gold eyes waves her hand at me. I take a seat next to her by the window. Hey, I guess you're Hakamichi, right? Nice to meet you. What? I'm caught off guard by her laughter.
It's nice to meet you too, but I'm not Hakamichi. I'm Misha. This is Hakamichi. Shi-chan.
Giggling, Misha points to the girl next to her. The one I saw using sign language before. It looks like she has been staring at me the whole time. She nods once nonchalantly to show that she acknowledges my presence, but only barely. She has short yet careful, neatly brushed hair. A pair of oval-shaped glasses bounce on the tip of a dainty nose, and dark blue eyes that seem to alternate every few seconds between analytic. I cannot.
Analytical,
bruh. I am going to be me in the back of the. I know who you're talking about, and that's fucked up, Mr. Whale. No. Analytical and slightly bored. It's nice to meet you. She immediately looks at Misha, who's smiling and makes a few quick gestures with her hands. Hakamichi nods and makes a few gestures of her own. I start to wonder if the teacher was messing with me, saying things like, "You'll be able to talk to people," and "Who better to explain things to you?"
I can see you're a little confused, right? Right? I understand why you would think I was Shi-chan. Shi-chan is deaf, so I'm the person who translates things back and forth for her. I'm like an interpreter. She says it's nice to meet you too. You're a new student, aren't you? Well, Shi-chan, of course he is. If he wasn't, he would have been standing up there for no reason, right? Right?
Misha looks at me with a weird expression, then continues.
We don't know much about him, but maybe we'll find out later.
Maybe I should have introduced myself after all. Anything would have given a better first impression than the teacher's drone and fumbling with my name.
We knew there was going to be a new student, but we didn't know you would be here today, so soon. He-chan, right?
He-chan?
Yep, it fits, doesn't it?
Did I say it out loud? It's just a surprise. I never liked that nickname. I don't really see how.
It fits. You'd look just like I imagined. Haha, yeah, you look just like a Hichan.
I wonder why everyone seems to think so. Akamichi taps her fingers on the desk to get Misha's attention. They gesture back and forth to each other excitingly, their hands a blur. Misha seems a little overwhelmed.
Sorry about that. Shichan wants you to know that she's the class rep, so if there's anything you need to know, you can feel free to ask her. Do you like the school so far? We can show you around a little if you haven't had the time to walk around and familiarize yourself with it.
Misha stumbles with the hard word a bit, just like me, making it stick out in her otherwise fluid translation. Thanks. That would be pretty helpful. Yeah. I just kind of came straight to class today.
That's no good. You should always try to learn as much as you can about where you're going before you go there. Not just with school either. Always, even if it's a trip to the convenience store. Really, Shichan? Ha 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 ha.
Learn about where you're going? I guess I didn't bother to do that. Or just didn't care enough to do so. Same. I didn't look forward to this, even if I committed myself to going along with it, half-assedly. But anyways, I didn't say anything, and Misha signs something that ends in a shrug. What was that? It seems like it was about me. I feel like slumming over my seat. Both of them are smiling, but that shrug hit me unexpectedly deeply.
You look down, are you okay? Don't take it the wrong way, please. I hate it when people are afraid to ask questions. That's how people learn things, by asking. Asking for help is perfectly normal, as much as needing help. Stop looking like you just failed a test. Wahahaha.
Alright.
And another thing, you don't have to call Shichan something so formal like Hakamichi or class rep all the time. Just call her Shichan. Okay, maybe that's too casual. Maybe Shizune would be more appropriate. Yep, Shizune is fine.
Okay, that would be a lot easier for me. I feel a lot more at ease. Both of them seem so friendly, so I feel like an idiot for being so apprehensive earlier, especially with Shizune, who I assumed would be all business. Well, she still seems like that. Just less so, I guess.
Huh? Oh right, we haven't even touched the assignment. We should start work now, or Shichan will get mad.
The assignment is also kind of long. So we should start now if we want to finish it before the end of class.
Wahaha, that too.
Shizune glares at the two of us impatiently. I don't need to know sign language to understand that. Okay, I get the message.
After class, we can take a walk around the grounds together. It's a nice day today, okay?
The assignment is already very challenging to get through, combining the aspects of being both difficult and unnecessarily long. Still, we finished it in a few minutes earlier than anyone else in the class, despite our late start. Shizune and Misha are really capable. They're quite different, though. The class rep is as calm and professional as she looks, while Misha is a lot more playful and girlish. not to mention a little more easily distracted. To be honest, the two of them did most of the work. I feel guilty about it. The clock tower bell rings, signaling the end of the period. Time for lunch. Without knowing what else to do, I follow Misha, who is beckoning me into the hallway and down the stairs. We descend even below the lobby where I met Moto down the bottom floor. Just like everything in the school, the cafeteria seems too spacious and oddly modern to contrast to the classic exterior. Its big windows open to the courtyard towards the main gate.
It's the cafeteria!
Her enthusiastic statement of the obvious makes people around us stare, but Misha doesn't seem to care, so we proceeded to the line. There's a rather long list of menu options, which seems great until I realized that many of them are to accommodate students who need special diets. How nice! It feels like I'm back at the hospital, eating portions measured with scientific precision to meet the needs of the patients. I pick something at random and follow Shizu at the table, sitting opposite of her. As I nibble indifferently at the food, I'd rather not eat. Nisha pokes me in the side to get my attention and points to Shizune. I don't understand sign, so the point escapes me. Maybe looking at the person who talks to you is proper and polite.
Do you want to know something?
What?
About anything. We're your guides, so you should ask if there is something.
I wonder. Oh yes, is there a library in the school? Lately I've gotten into reading a lot, so I'd like to check it out. Misha gives the kind of frown that makes it clear she doesn't consider reading a healthy hobby, but then picks up her smile again.
There is! It's in the second floor. We can show it to you sometime.
Thanks. I return to my food while the girls talk between themselves. Misha and Shizune sign back and forth very animatedly, throwing sideways glances at me, but Misha refrains from translating. Maybe they're talking about secret girl stuff. Or something. I quickly notice a conversation in signs is not enough to fill a silence. We arrive in the classroom early, but we're not the first. That dark-haired girl I noticed before is slumped over her desk at the last row. She jumps a little when Misha crashes into the room with the elegance of a rhino. She shrinks deeper into her seat. I could feel her tension all the way from here, as if she were slowly turning into a stone just from our presence. Misha and Shizune either don't notice or don't mind it, as they walk directly past her to their seats and begin to converse. I left wondering about her, even when the classroom slowly fills with other students, and finally, the teacher. Getting into the rhythm of the school feels strange. It's as if my brain remembers how this is done, but my body doesn't. Towards the end of the class, I start yawning and count the minutes left. I shouldn't be this tired on my first day of school. Maybe it's a long time spent in the hospital that made me feel like this, or made me like this. I'm even feeling physically weak and lifeless. Before long, the final bell rings. School is finally over for the day. Besides me, Misha and Shizune are having a short conversation. After a bit of deliberation, Misha turns to me.
Unfortunately, we can't stay and show you around today, Hee-chan. We've got to hurry already, since there's a lot of work for us to do. You'll find your way around here, I'm sure of it.
Wait. The teacher said I have to go I have to see the nurse. Where do I have to go?
Is that so? We can at least show you that much. Come on, the nurses have their own building, so we have to go outside.
We joined the flow of students making their way down the stairwell and outside, with the girls pointing out other senior classrooms in the same hallway as ours. When we get outside, the girls make their way to a smaller building right next to the school. The building in the same style, so it looks like it's actually a part of the main building.
This is the auxiliary building here. There's a lot of official and important stuff inside, like the Yamaku Foundation office and all the nurses' offices. They even have a swimming pool.
How is that official?
Don't be silly, Hee-chan. It's for physical therapy, of course. Anyway, all the nursing staff facilities are in there too. The head nurse's office is on the first floor. You'll be fine from here, right? We'll be going then. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks. Bye. A whole building for staff that has nothing to do with the actual education. Guess it's necessary for a place like this. I walk in hoping that this really will be only a quick visit, like the teacher said. On a white door on the left is a green cross with the text "Head Nurse" and nameplate. A voice from the inside responds to my knock almost immediately, but I can't quite make it out. It sounded like a bit like an invitation to open the door, so I invite myself further in. The room is not large, and it smells strange. A friendly-looking man turns around on his office chair to face me as I enter. His desk is neat and tidy, but the bin under the table is overflowing with used medical utensils, and there are at least dozen coffee cup rings lingering on the desk. Hello there! What can I do for you today? He is a young-looking and sort of rugged, but the dimples in his cheeks wash that impression away when he smiles. Are you the nurse? He smiles like a person who has heard this very same question 100 times. Why, yes! It says so on the door, no. You could call me by my name, or just the nurse, like everyone else. Of course, I shake off my confusion, realizing I probably should grab his extended hand. His handshake is rather firm and friendly. Right, I'm the new student, and my homeroom teacher told me to come and meet you. My name is Sao Nakai. His eyes light up with revelation, and he snaps his fingers. Oh, you're that Nakai! I was just reading your file this morning. Oh, you're that Nakai? I was just reading your file this morning. Why did it reset? No, wait, no. Some kind of chrono and intermatic. Fuck, I forgot the word already.
Arrhythmia?
Yeah, arrhythmia. God damn it! Why do I forget these words, bro? And ready to chronological heart muscle deficiency, right? He gestures me to sit down in a vacant armchair in front of his desk. Yes. Good. Well, you've probably been briefed about the school enough, so I'll just go over this quickly. We have all kinds of facilities available, mostly physical therapy and such. There's always someone for my staff around even at night, so never hesitate to call us if there is a problem. The famous 24-hour nursing staff. Wow, this is like a hospital. Well, not exactly. For instance, we don't do brain surgery here. His joke feels so outplaced that I'm left thinking, why you even said it? Yeah, just that's really weird to have so many medical people at school. You'll get used to it. I'm not so sure of that myself, but I don't let the nurse know it. Now, let me just find your file again. While he searches for something from his computer and shuffles stacks of paper around, I let my gaze wander around the room. It's the intimo of genetics, I think. Intimo?
Epitome.
Epitome. Ah! I'm going.
Hard word.
Epitome! Ah! It's like fucking epitaph when I look at it. Ah! It's the intimacy of genetics, I like to say. Binge walls and ceilings, dark gray laminated flooring, and all the equipment you expect from a school nurse's office. Even the ridiculous educational posters are hanging on all four walls, reminding me to eat properly 3 times a day and from all the food groups. Smiling, the nurse draws a thick file from a stack of similarly thick files and opens it. So, you already had medication for the arrhythmia. Just remember to take your pills every morning and evening, or it won't help much. It won't be much help. Apart from that, do you have any sports? Rash stuff like, I don't know, boxing? His grin to his own joke. He grins to his own joke, but I don't. Well, I played soccer occasionally with some classmates. Alright, I'm afraid I'm going to have to recommend you refrain from doing that. At least, for the time being. Oh. My lack of reaction makes him raise an eyebrow. But, really? I'm not too bothered by him forbidding me to kick a ball around. I guess I never did it out of burning passion for sport. And did it out of burning passion for sports. I did it just to have something to do. Any kind of concussion might be very dangerous to your heart, and risk another attack is not a good idea. Was the previous one caused by a sudden concussion to the chest area? There's no mention of the cause in your papers. Not exactly. I sidestepped the question acceptably, and he glances at me over his papers with a more serious expression on his face. Still, you need to keep your body healthy, so some exercise will do you good. We have physical therapy and such available, as I said, but I don't think you really need such heavy measures. Just get some light exercise regularly. Brisk walks, or even light jogging, jump rope, that sort of thing. Swimming, maybe? There's a pool. So I was told. You were? Very good. At any rate, I'm sure you've been told this before. You just need to take care and not overexert yourself. He wags his finger to emphasize the point. No need, really. I heard this 1,000 times already. Absolutely no unnecessary risk. Take care of yourself. Okay. He goes over my papers one more time, and sets them back on the desk, obviously content. Good. That's it, then. Come meet me if you ever need something. I unushered out before I even realized it. Quick visit indeed. I ended up standing in front of the main building, the auxiliary building, although, to my eye, they still look one and the same. It's the first real look I get at the other students, so I watch people coming out of the school, going towards the gate or the dorms. Everyone seems to know where they're going, and I still keep thinking that most of them don't look too special from being students at a special school. Then again, neither do I. Does that make me one of them? One of us! I should go somewhere too, to prevent me from getting lost. It's around dinner time, but I feel tired instead of hungry. The weariness in me only grows as I trudge towards the dorms, sitting a little way apart from the main building complex. There's a garden of sorts between the school and the dorms, shrubbery, flowers, and the overbearing smell of fresh cut grass that fills the atmosphere. It dawns on my tired mind that the smell feels novel because I haven't been outside at all for so long. The dorm building is big and made of red brick, like the others. It feels way too prosperous for what it is. So I push forward, going inside. It takes more time than necessary to fish out the key I was given from my pocket. Room 119. Despite the ornate exterior, the inside of the dorm is fairly new, functional, and boring. Just like the main building, the halls and the doors are wide to accommodate wheelchairs. The same goes for the elevator at the end of the hallway. I poke my head around the corner of the common room door. Inside, a few students were watching the television. One nods and gives a quick hello before turning back to the TV. Seems that only the girls around here are sociable. I suppose that's perfectly fine with me. Climb the stairs to the upper floor. Here, a small corridor branches off from the main building. Each of the minor halls seem to have a toilet and a shower, as well as four rooms. About halfway down the hallway, I spy 119. The room plated on the room adjacent to mine are blank. I guess there are two of us here. Light shines from below the door of 117, so I knock lightly. Hello? Is anyone home? From inside, I hear a few movement, then the clicking of way more locks than I thought these doors had. After a moment, the door squeaked open. A bespectacled boy is standing in the doorway. He's looking at me very intently through his extremely thick glasses.
Who is it?
Blind? No, at least not completely. Why would he have eyeglasses if he was? He leans closer to me until our noses are almost touching. His breath stinks of garlic. Sao Nakai. I'm moving into the room the next room. I thought I should introduce His face suddenly brightens in realization, and he stands back upright, thrusting his hand out in a smiling greeting, almost straight into my diaphragm.
Oh, sup, dude? The name's Kenji.
Hi. I take Kenji's sweaty hand and shake it, still a little rattly by the sudden change of attitude and fervent welcome.
There were some suspicious-looking people going in and out of your room earlier.
It was probably my parents.
Your parents? You sure? Because there could have been some other people too, you know. You can't judge a book by its cover.
His out-of-place proverb is left hanging between us awkwardly as I try to think of some way to respond. I'd say the chances are high enough. He shudders and makes some exaggerated hand gestures.
You're a brave man, Hisao. Me? I don't think I could trust the chances. The only person I trust is myself.
Does that mean I shouldn't get to know you either? He thinks about it for a while.
A wise decision. Damn! You're smarter than you look. Probably. What do you look like? I hope not smart.
He squints his eyes and leans closer again, but I lean backwards to dodge it.
Never mind. It doesn't matter.
With that, he turns, fumbles around for a moment in search of the door handle, and shuts the door behind him. I slide the key into the lock of the door, marked 119. Bleak binge walls, white lining, a desk made of some type of light wood, ugly curtains. It's no one's room, impersonal, like my hospital room was. My bags are sitting at the floor of my bedroom, looking a lot emptier than they did this morning. The closet is sitting open, stocked with my clothes. Also, it seems that there are a number of school uniforms hanging there as well. A note is pinned to the sleeve of one of the shirts. Hi, Hei-chan. We unpacked your things and made your bed. They said that if these don't fit, then you should go to the office tomorrow. If you have any problems, you can always call us. Love, Mom and Dad. Well, at least I don't have to worry about unpacking. Kind of hoped I would have. Then there would be something to do. It's still too early. Put the note down on my desktop and lie down on the bed, feeling drained. Lying there makes me want to read something, but I have nothing with me. I wonder if the hospital conditioned me for wanting to read whenever I have nothing to do. The restless urge just keeps growing until I have to stand up. Maybe it's stress or something. I was pretty nervous about it before coming, and the entire day too. I still think I am. I think. Damn. I have to distract myself somehow. So I wouldn't be this unnatural all the time. Tomorrow, I'll go borrow some books from the library. Yeah, I'll do that. But for now, the bottle of medication neatly arranged on my night table catches my eye. Pick one and shake it just to hear the content rattle inside, and then read the glued-on pharmacy label. Isao Nakai, take two tablets daily to stay alive.
Very oddly specific
Yep.
prescription.
Yup. Jesus. It doesn't really say that, but it could have just as well. It's kind of. It's just, the protagonist put it on that.
Yeah.
It kind of twisted having your life depend on chemicals like that. I resent it a little, but what choice do I have? With a sigh, I begin my new daily ritual of taking the right number of pills from each bottle, being careful to check the correct dosage. I lie down again, feeling hollow and uncertain, and after that, I keep staring at the blank, unfamiliar ceiling for a long time. Does it start looking more familiar? Not even after the darkness falls, and long shadows draw across the room like fingers. The sheets feel slightly more comfortable, warm and nest-like against the chill that passes through for room temperature here. Soon, the lighter shade of darkness that is the ceiling looks like every ceiling does at night, and it becomes the only thing I recognize anymore. The night beckons me to sleep, and I feel the coldness of unfamiliarity and fear creeping up my spine once again. I keep drifting further away from the world I knew. It said the title of the game.
I totally feel him with the whole take these to stay alive. It's like what choice I have, I guess.
Oh my god. Literally when I was in middle school I had that same experience. I'm not gonna lie. It was it's this flashback.
Yeah.
I wake up in a strange room. Solid morning light shimmers against the light gray ceiling. I had forgotten to draw the curtains closed last night. This is my room, isn't it? My room. This is the third room that this year that I supposed to call mine. Various things around me remind me that, indeed, it's me who is supposed to be the one living here. My bag's on the floor, my new school books on the desk, my numerous medication on the night table. I stare at the bottles for a moment, deliberating until I open a bottle, check out the pill, and pop out a tablet from a foil sheet. I down them with a chase of water without thinking about the chemistry. My uniforms are in the closet. I slick out from under the sheets and stretch my back before dressing up. Putting on my new school uniform feels like dressing in someone else's clothes. The artificial smell of generic detergent invades my nose, but the feeling of fresh cloth against my back is a good one, a natural one. It feels like a school uniform, as it should. It's not much different from what I used to wear before. That goes for other things too. So far, this place seems more or less like a normal school, except for the people. I think back to my talk with Kenji yesterday, Misha's constant laughter, and Shizune's sweeping sign language gestures. Well, I've only met 3 students so far. Maybe they aren't that normal, but I'm sure others are. Or perhaps people like them are what passes for normal around here. Yeah, what does pass for normal around here? What do people do? I didn't see a lot of kids hanging around after class yesterday, so maybe there are clubs. If so, I wonder if I should join one. All through class, the question remains on my head. So I decided to ask Shizune about it when we split into groups. After all, she did say if I had anything I want to know, I should ask her. She crosses her arms and shifts her gaze slowly to Misha, who looks more preoccupied with trying to grind the eraser of her pencil down so the top is perfect and evenly flat.
Haha, sorry, Shi-chan. Is there something you wanted from me? Oh, I see. That's a good question, Hee-chan.
My first thought is that means she doesn't know, which is worrying me. Maybe I'm being too negative. Well, anyways, Misha, please don't prove me right.
Oh, that's right. Everyone is encouraged to join a club. A lot of people do so because there isn't really anything else to do. There are also school events, like the festival coming up in a few days. Almost every student in the school tends to help out with it, doing whatever. So, you actually transferred in at a busy time. Maybe you can help out too.
Sure. What's the festival about? Misha freezes.
I don't know, Hee-chan. The truth is, it's a local event, and I'm not from this area, so...
She starts signing desperately to Shizune, asking her to bail her out. Shizune adjusts her glasses at the end of an oddly grandiose flourish and starts sighing hard and heavy.
Huh? Oh. Who cares?
Misha puffs out her chest as she shouts Shizune's words out at me with a disproportionate amount of pride. Too loud. I can see heads turning to look in our direction. Not so loud.
Human beings evolve with each new generation. The ideals and beliefs behind a festival will inevitably change with time. Now it's about delicious fried food and amusing little games that you play to win prizes. Ha 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 ha.
The teacher clears his throat very loud, batting his long wooden pointer against his other palm like a baton. He shoots a pointed gaze at us. Finally, noticing we were where we were at, Misha stiffens and a yelp stifles. A yelp, and quickly quiets down. Shizune doesn't seem embarrassed at all, though brushing it off without a care.
We're in the middle of class and should start working.
That's right.
That's right, Hee-chan.
I don't know why. My brain was just wandering off.
What? That's right, Hee-chan. Are you asking because you're interested in winning a club?
It could have been my eyes playing tricks on me, but I think I saw a suspicious glance exchange between them. Misha's tone has also changed, although it does that every other word. Anyway, yeah, I was thinking about it. Misha and Shizune look at each other again. I'm about to ask what they have in mind when something dark flutters in my peripheral vision, catching my attention. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the girl with long, dark hair get up from her desk and slip silently towards the door. Doesn't seem like she's working in any group. No one seems to notice her but me. I glance at the teacher, who also looking at the dark-haired girl too. Go. Why doesn't he say anything?
Hee-chan, is something wrong?
Do I look as uneasy as I feel? Or is Misa just looking at me after the girl who left? No, nothing.
Okay, well, like we were asking, you don't have any plans for lunch today, do you?
I thought I would go to the library and pick up some books. Not really.
Do you want to have lunch together then?
Sure.
Yay! Wahaha! Okay, Hee-chan, perfect.
The rest of the class passes uneventfully. The girl with the long hair never came back. Before I have time to put any more thought into it, where she could have gone, the teacher informs us that it's time to stop working. Shizune looks more than a little annoyed that we only just barely managed to finish all our work on time. I'm just glad we finished it at all. It's not a contest or anything.
Yes, it is, Hee-chan.
Impossible.
Really?
Really. I've noticed this before, but it's kind of funny how Misha is always moving her hands and signing not only everything she says, but what anyone else is saying at a given time. Obviously, it must be so Shizune can understand it. her eyes dart back and forth between Misha's hands and me. I don't know who I'm supposed to be looking at. Talking to Misha, but that might be wrong. Maybe I should face Shizune? I'm used to looking in the direction of the person whose voice I'm hearing, but really, Shizune can't hear me, but it would be disrespectful to talk to her and only through Misha. Then again, isn't that what she's doing? No, she's at least looking at me. This is all very confusing, and will take some time to get used to. It's not a contest, because contests are competitions over a prize. If there's no prize on the line, it's not really a contest. Shizune's eyes flash dangerously with a competitive glare. She stares at me, as if surprised that I'm challenging her. I think maybe this is a contest to her. Never noticed before how dark and blue her eyes are. It's truly alluring gaze.
Are you sure, Hee-chan?
Very sure.
Haha, you're wrong, Hee-chan, because I don't want to be the slowest one in the class. Therefore, what's on the line is my confidence in my abilities, and the prize is the satisfaction of proving them. Wahaha!
Shizune pushes her glasses up to the bridge of her nose in a very matter-of-fact way. I'd argue more, but the bell rings, and she quickly gets up and picks up her bag, looking at me acceptantly. I'd almost forgot that I was supposed to have lunch with them.
Where do you want to eat?
The cafeteria?
Ah, that's so plain. Hey, let's go.
Plain? Well, I guess. At my old school, I liked to eat outside, near the back of the building. It was a good spot, but I didn't find it until near the end of my freshman year. Oh, Lord. Now that is bringing some flashbacks. Jeez. I wonder if there's a similar place to eat here. Misha seems to imply as much. Shizune and Misha pull me towards the cafeteria, which is surprisingly not packed. Maybe some students favor eating in a classroom or outdoor. I saw some of my classmates had boxed lunches. After we finish eating, Misha picks up where we left off earlier.
So, Hee-chan, you wanted to know about clubs and stuff, right? Right, Hee-chan. Okay, I guess it makes sense to ask first.
Exchanging little nods of confirmation, they turn to face me again. Misha straightens her posture as if she's about to deliver a speech.
Hee-chan, do you have anything you're really interested in?
I used to play soccer, but I'm not really into it. I don't follow the terms of and players or anything like that. As of late, I usually just read a lot.
There's a book club, right, Hee-chan? Right, but it seems like they have all the members they can possibly have right now. Sorry, Hee-chan, it's a really popular club. Okay. More to the point, Hee-chan, does this mean that you don't have anything already in mind?
Not really.
Good, great, that's great, Hee-chan, really great.
Why is it so great?
No reason. Well, Hee-chan, other than clubs and upcoming festival, there is one other thing. Student council.
I see. I didn't know this school had a student council. That was very melodramatic setup. Though, just tell me that. Pretty sure the two of them know this, because Shizune looks a little embarrassed about it, and Misha is laughing. Shizune quickly retakes control of the discussion in a manner of speaking. After all, it's still Misha who has the voice has to voice whatever she says.
Right. Hee-chan, maybe you should join the student council. They could use more people. Yes, definitely. You should definitely join.
Why?
Well, for one, we can hang out every day, Hee-chan. Shi-chan and I are both in the student council. Actually, Shi-chan is the president.
I'm starting to get the suspicion that Shizune and Misha might not exactly be the most biased people to talk to about this, or about this with. As if reading my mind, Shizune quickly adjusts her glasses and signs something into Misha.
Of course, we're not trying to get you to join just because we could obviously benefit from you joining the student council, and therefore have an incentive to try and get to.
So you're admitting that?
No, we admit nothing. I mean, Hee-chan, of course it would be nice if you joined, and we'd appreciate it. But even without all that, joining the student council shows a healthy interest in working for one's school. Yeah, it's true, Hee-chan. Besides, don't you want to spend time with us after school, Hee-chan?
I can't tell if she's being genuine or if this is just really good acting. Both of them seem to be trying hard to look their cutest, although they are already pretty cute to begin with. Well...
So it's settled then. Welcome to the student council, Hee-chan.
What? No! No!
Aw, see, Shi-chan, of course it wouldn't go so easily. Yep, that's right, though it would be boring if it went that smoothly. Oh well, Shi-chan owes me candy now.
You were betting on it? Hey, my life is not a game here. Shizune seems very intrigued by this when Misha signs it over to her. The aggressive glint returns to her eyes.
Wahaha, that's interesting, Hee-chan. Let's play a game.
That's not what I said.
How about Rich Man, Poor Man, Hee-chan? If you lose, you have to join the student council.
No, absolutely not.
Aw, why not?
Well, because you two both have the same incentive and therefore the same goal, which is to get me to join the student council, right?
Yup.
I love it because you slightly cut out there.
Oh, whoops.
It's all good, it's all good, it's great. Yeah, that isn't my goal. What this means is that both of you can team up, and I'll be at a clear disadvantage, so I will have to decline.
Hee-chan, I'm very offended. Are you saying you don't trust us and that we should pull something so disingenuous? That makes me sad.
Sorry? It's hard to tell when Shizune's influence ends and Misha's thoughts begin.
In order to hurting a young girl's feelings, you should definitely join the student council.
No!
I'll pick paper football instead of Rich Man, Poor Man.
Paper football?
Yeah, it's a game they play in America. You make a paper triangle, and then you try to shoot it past goalposts that the other player makes with their fingers. Isn't it cool? It's the ultimate form of competition between two people, Hee-chan. And it's also played by elementary and middle school children, Hee-chan. Wow, that means it's a game that really separates the boys from the men.
More like the boys from the slightly older boys. Anyways, I'm not going to play that either.
Just the fact that you know about it means you're probably surprisingly good at it.
Yeah, that's true. How did you know, Chan?
Shizune frowns at Misha, telling me that she probably wasn't supposed to admit that so readily. I wouldn't say that I'm happy with their attempt to get me into the student council, but I'm a little curious about what the student council does here. I've never been on one before, or even known about anybody who was a member, so it interests me. I also kind of like Shizune and Misha, so maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
Okay, Hichan, how about Risk, the game of world domination?
I don't know what that is.
It's really fun, Hichan. You fight for control of the world with armies and everything.
Sounds like Shizune would be good at that.
If you want to play, we can after school. Really, Shichan? We can play just for fun, Hichan. Shichan hasn't played in a long time, so if you want to, there are no strings attached.
Well, okay.
Okay. Perfect. We'll see you after school in the student council room then, Hichan.
Wait, why there?
Because that's where we keep the game. Wahahaha.
I grimace to tell them how much I do not like this, but it's more for show than anything. So in the end I agreed, but only after getting Shizune to acknowledge that I don't mean anything concrete just by accepting to take a look around and play a game with her. Lunch ends and we go back to class. During afternoon classes, the long-haired girl comes back and sits down in her seat without a word. Again, no one seems to notice. Or, if they do, no one says anything. I want to ask Misha about it, but I don't want to be nosy. After school, Shizune and Misha quickly find me by the first floor lobby and latch onto me, covering every flank in case I might try to escape. I feel a little offended, but I'd be considering it. Nevertheless, I'm a bit disturbed that enough people have made a break for it in the past that they're on their guard. What's with the escort? This doesn't make me feel very comfortable. In fact, it makes me feel like a dangerous prisoner being transported to a cell.
What's wrong, Hichan? That's right, we're just going to play a game of Risk, remember?
I don't know. Misha, this is also... For some reason, it seems like it would be so plausible. Getting to the student council room is as simple as turning 2 corners from where we started. What? That's it? This makes you guys being so on top of me seems a little silly.
Not true, Hichan. Hichan says that when their life is threatened, people have to show the capability to pull off superhuman bursts of...
Life is threatened? Her expression is unchanged. Misha signs something absurdly to Shizune, who makes a baffled face and puts her hands behind her back, looking pleased with herself. Misha's pigeon deafness and humming cheerily. Stop that. I know you hear me. You have no excuses, unlike Shizune. Shizune opens the door to the student council room. It's very plain. Spaciously decorated room, although it is quite large, maybe even larger than the classroom. There's a big table in the center surrounded by chairs, and a small desk promptly placed in the back that I assumed Shizune's. There are a few regular desks and chairs stacked to one side, as well extras, perhaps? Aside from the tables and chairs, the room doesn't have much else to offer. Just a couple of filing cabinets and bookshelves stacked with old school records and documents. Not much else. In fact, nothing else. This is a pretty bleak room that could at least put some potted plants in here or something. But the most notable thing in that this room doesn't have is other people. Are we early?
No.
What do you mean, no? Does it mean nobody else is coming today?
Yeah, that's right.
Before I manage to ask why that's the case, Shizune claps her hands together very energetically.
Hee-chan, let's play Risk. Come on, you promised, didn't you? Have to. Okay. Do you want rules? We can explain it to you while we set everything up.
While Misha is talking, Shizune takes out what looks like a board game from behind one of the filing cabinets and throws it on the table. Actually, this looks kind of interesting. After Misha spends a little too long for her liking running through the basics with a somewhat vague and confusing tutorial, Shizune cuts in and declares the game has started with a decisive motion, slicing her arm. Yeah, slicing her arm? Huh? Through the air.
Yeah.
Shizune's aggressiveness is rubbing off onto me. I start feeling more competitive than I intend to be when I agreed to this. Halfway into the game, while I try to ponder how to defend against Shizune's assault from two fronts, she breaks my concentration by drumming her fingers on the table to get my attention.
Shi-chan wants you to know that you are taking too long to make a move. Shi-chan also says that she will let you keep Australia if you agree to join the student council.
Damn, all of Australia?
All of Australia?
I thought this was a game with no strings attached. Just the fact that she said that she would dangle that over my head as an offer means that she knows I care about the outcome of this game. Anyways, no!
Shi-chan admires your fighting spirit and would be a benevolent dictator who will spare your people if you agree to join the student council.
God damn! What, is everyone just gonna be massacred after that? Jeez! You're so competitive, Shizune. She seems to take this as a compliment. I would expect the student council president to be a little bit more magnanimous?
Magnanimous?
Magnanimous? I cannot word. I fucking hate it here. Magnanimous?
Magnanimous?
Ah! She doesn't seem to know what the word means or how it's signed, so she pulls out a piece of paper and writes it for Shizune, who in return ties it back to her, to Misha. Misha presses her index finger against the template as if trying to physically imprint the word into her memory. Suddenly, Shizune bursts in a flurry of gestures. Misha looks daunted by the pace of her heated sighing.
Wait, please slow down, Hichan. Hichan says you're going to lose.
Tell her I will crush her world empire with my rebellion.
Okay.
Those eyes of hers shine with childlike mischief. I hate
Look at her face.
I hate it. I hate it. That's the face you know they're making that I'm gonna lose. 100%.
She says you have no chance if you keep playing like this. No, you won't.
It's a trap. It's a trap. It's smart to play defensively. It's likely that she's just saying that to psych me out. Looking at the board again, I have a pretty good defense setup, and I'm not going to wreck it doing something reckless. A few turns later, I lose the game anyways. Shizune adjusts her glasses victoriously and allows herself to temptively pump a fist in the air in celebration.
Hichan, you lost when you allowed me to take North America.
God damn, all of North America?
I mean, Hichan, not me. Getting control of North America is ambitious because it provides a 5-army bonus, but you can attack it 3 fronts, so you must defend them all. I thought you'd have more guts. How disappointing. Ambition, Hichan. Your play needs to be more daring. Ambition. I was really excited when you took South America, but then you switched to play offensively just because you gained a small advantage. That's no good, Hichan. You didn't take enough risks, and when you did, you didn't follow through. That's terrible, Hichan.
Damn. What's it to her if I play too carefully? There's no need to rub it in my face.
I wonder if you'd even be good at this, if you'd even be any good for the student council.
What's that? Reverse psychology? I guess I don't have to worry about joining or not in that case.
Giving up just like that? I expected more of you.
Seriously, is Shizune trying to taunt me into joining the council? Besides, I don't even want to join. It's only my second day. I can't make that kind of commitment. I haven't even taken a look at any other clubs yet. And these two? They're a little weird. Fine. I'll consider joining the council, but I want to take a look at the clubs before I decide.
Really, Hichan? You're not just saying that to make us feel better?
Yeah. I'm just not sure that I want to.
Aww. Okay, Hichan, but we're not going to give up so easily. You said maybe. There's still a chance you'll come around. Come on, we could really have fun. We could play more Risk and maybe one day you could beat me, unless we graduate before that.
That doesn't make me feel any less reluctant about joining, you know.
Haha, surely you are not that horrible at board games. Maybe we can play a game you know then, to give you a handicap.
I might have said that just to make you feel better, after all.
Aw, that's cold, Hichan.
I take a glance at the clock on the wall and realize I spent far longer playing Risk than I expected. Sorry, I think I have to go. I want to go to the library. It's not closed yet, is it? Shizune scratches her head and gestures at Misha. How hard can it be to determine whether the library is open? There's a clock right there on the wall.
It should be, unless the librarian is absent. I think you're Chi-chan. If the library is open. It's on the second floor. Can't miss it. Do you want us to show you where it is?
No thanks. It's okay. See you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
One flight of stairs and I run into a problem. The second floor hallway is a carbon copy of the third floor hallway, or the third floor one. Wide, of course, and plain, like only hallways can be. The problem is the library's whereabouts are not as easily determined as one would think. The classrooms are marked with a sign stating which class they belong to, but then there is a plethora of others unmarked rooms. Is the library one of them? Or is it just somewhere down the hallway? I bet on the latter and choose my direction at random. After I turn the corner, an unmarked door draws my attention because it's not closed. It's not open either, though. Just barely ajar so that I could see its open and nothing else. It would make sense for a library door to be invitingly open, and while this one is not quite that. I gingerly push the door on the center of the door with my fingertips, every muscle in my arm ready to pull back at a moment's notice. The feeling of being an outsider to this school can be can be shaken from my mind. So so much so that I instinctively fear doing something wrong by entering. The door slowly creaks as if groaning from a deep sleep through though is much easier to open than I anticipated. Leaning over and poking my head even further inside to gain sight of the room as fast as possible. The meek hello on my lips is quickly snatched away. This is not what I expected. I mindlessly let the door open to its full extent, taking in the sight of the solitary figure taking center stage in the otherwise abandoned room. The situation steals my voice, leaving me standing at the doorway staring at the beautiful girl. Evidently, having taken her time to assess the situation, the girl gently puts down her teacup and opens her eyes, but doesn't look at me.
Hello there. May I help you?
Staring directly in front of her, the movement of her lips seemed to break the silence rather than the words. However, it's soft, measured voice that reminds me she is being separate from the room itself. Not only is she likely the tallest girl I've ever laid my eyes on, but among the foreigners I've met, she's strikingly distracted. Sorry. Hi. Sorry for intruding. I was just kind of lost. She takes a moment to formulate a response before speaking. Every action she takes feels as if she's carefully chronographed before her.
Care to take a seat?
Unexpectedly, considered that I'm intruding upon her. Thanks. I slowly step towards another seat opposite her. The girl resting the teacup and the saucer on the wooden table in between. The way she doesn't track any movement with her hands is telling that, and that slight cloudiness to her eyes means she must be at least partially blind like Kenji. Come to think of it, her voice doesn't have any detectable accent either. I guess she must be half Japanese? As I take my seat, her composure takes me slightly off guard. Her air is relaxed, confidence makes the silent entirely comfortable. The calming atmosphere is so very different from the student council's office.
I take it you're a new student to Yamaku?
Ah, yes, I just transferred yesterday. I get the distant feeling my speech patterns don't match the formality of hers. A sentence, yeah, fuck, can I not? You know what? I'm just gonna do this for myself so I don't get stuck on a fucking word that much. By her restrained bow of greetings, one of which I hasten to match before realizing the fertility of the situation.
I'm Lily Sato. Pleased to meet you.
Hisao Nakai. She gives a nod before gesturing roughly in the direction of her teacup.
Would you care for a drink?
Sure. As much as it pains me, I can't keep step with her formality in the proceeding. She gives a kind nod, taking the request in stride. Without another word, she steps off the chair and prepares a second cup of tea from the collection of supplies laid out along the shelves. A brush here, a brush there, her left hand often lightly touches the side of whatever container she is pouring into. It seems to be a process she followed a dozen of times. As I lean sideways to see around her back, she seems to use her long, dainty fingers to measure the right amount of water in the cup. It's one thing to see the different disabilities that students in my class have, but quite another to see how everyone seems to adapt. Shizune and Misha have no problem working together to communicate, and Lily herself seems to have workarounds for problems I never thought of. While I slightly feel guilty about her doing the work, she seems pleased to be following the correct process of the offer, preparing the drink.
So,
Also, God, that's a long. What is this? Hold on. What?
yeah.
Fitness, mother. God damn it, George. I hate it here. I hate it. The fitness gram pacer test coffee fucking pasta, bro. Her soft voice brings me out of my silent observance.
Which room were you looking for? It's not often this classroom is visited after school.
The school library. Shizune and some classmates told me it was on the second floor. She finishes pouring water into the teacup as she nods. A small metallic tap coming from the teacup indicating it being stirred.
I'm aware of Miss Hakamichi, as are most students. To be with them means you're in class 3-3, no?
That's right. In the science room with Mita. She gives a small giggle before setting down the teaspoon and slowly walking towards the table, teacup and saucer in hand.
He's quite a character. I imagine you'll come to like him. Most do.
As she sets down the tea, I gently take it and have a sip. I'm really more of a coffee person, but this seems like a rather bad moment to bring it up. Nonetheless, the smell's quite nice. I hardly think it'd be hard to choke down. Thanks, Satao. It tastes really great, or really nice. She smiles and quickly waves her hand in front of her face.
Lily, please. There's no need to be too formal.
She says this in spite of her exceedingly well-bred speech. Oh well. I guess I should try and ask her about herself, as it really does seem as if she's catering to me. So, which class are you from? I imagine it's one of the third-year classes.
Correct. I'm in class 3-2, which is on the third floor, same as yours. It's taught by Miyagi and is specifically for both blind and partially blind students.
I see. Sorry. I feel like slapping myself for the box past, looking at her face through, though she doesn't seem in the least bit put off by it.
My, there's no need to change your speech on my account.
Sure, sorry. I guess I'm really showing my newness here.
An environment like this would be a big change, so I can't fault you for it. While the same can't be said for everyone, many have come to terms with their conditions.
Category which would include her, it seems all too ready to jump ship from this particular topic. I Shoujo into another. Do you come here to drink tea often? It's a really nice place. Thinking on it, this might be her vision of the place behind my school that I like to have lunch at.
I come here fairly often during lunch times. My duties as class representative don't leave enough time for an official club, so a friend and I use this room for having tea.
Class representative, huh? Compared to Shizune, her mannerism seems to be almost completely opposite. With Shizune's blunt and fierce, driven, Lily seems relaxed and calm, almost aloof. Come to think of it, she might be useful for least biased view of the school's club. What kind of clubs are there to join?
The more popular ones are the track and field club, which use the field near the school during lunch times, the baseball club, and the book club in a room near the library. There are also numerous small ones too, though, such as art and music clubs.
At the time, when I was just wanting to get on my feet, rushing into a club right away seems slightly unappealing. I wonder if the school shares the same rules as my old one. Is it compulsory to join a club?
It isn't, though it is encouraged.
Ah, good. That's a relief. I've really let my guard down around this girl. To let such a thing slip out. The fact seems to slightly amuse her. Not wanting my tea to get cold, I finally start drinking it as Lily does the same. As I look over to the window over her shoulder, I notice the light coming into the room as a distantly orange tint. Even here, time doesn't stand still. Huh? Time's gone quickly.
Sorry?
Right. She's blind. Of course she can't see the sun setting. It just looks like the sun's starting to set. It seems to come as a surprise for her. I guess she must have lost track of time.
Sorry, Hisao. I didn't mean to keep you from the library for so long.
I quickly moved to allay her concern. Ah, no. It's okay. The library's still open, isn't it? She pauses. He takes a moment to think on it. Probably something I should have asked Shizune when I had the chance, but Lily seems likely to know in any case.
True. It's open until 6:30 during weekdays.
A quick glance at my watch confirms I have well enough time to get there. I might get going in that case. It's been nice talking with you, Lily. She smiles and gives a deep nod. Her hands slightly neatly fold. Her hands still neatly fold on the table in front of her.
It was my pleasure. Oh, come to think of it, shall I show you to where the library is?
I couldn't possibly ask for more help. I should be able to find it, alright. Well, unless my navigational skills fail me, which they seem to have a habit of doing.
It's alright. I was going to be talking to the librarian there in any case. I could introduce you.
This gets better and better. It's pretty hard to deny her offer. If you're sure, then that would be great. Thanks. As she stands up to follow me, she takes a hold of a straight, retractable cane that had been slipped in the handle of her bag on the floor. Compared to the cane the boy in my class had, it looks much thinner and longer. His must be for support, whereas Lily's is for navigation. Together we leave the peaceful room, entering the empty hallway on the way to the library. Side by side, my pace carefully slows to match hers. We slowly walk through the hallway. It doesn't take long for us to arrive at the door to the warm-looking room, apparently situated in the center of the floor rather than either wing. Ladies first. She gives an appreciative smile at the gesture, taking the lead as we file in. To the left is the wooden library counter, with the library proper being on the right. It easily dwarfs my old school's library, with the distant smell of old books giving the place an almost Old War world air. Jesus. The freaking Jesus. There don't seem to be a lot of students here. Considering the time, it isn't a big surprise. Everyone probably either in the room, in the school grounds or the dorms.
Yuko, are you here?
She says it to the thin air since the librarian doesn't seem to be present, and of course, Lily can't see this. What's unexpected is that it draws a reaction. Something from under the counter thuds against it, followed by a quiet wail.
Oh, okay. I was like, is it a girl?
Yeah. The origin, apparently the librarian, quickly crawls out and bounces up to extreme rigid attention.
Hi, Lily. How can I help you?
Her voice is strained in a failing attempt to sound casual, and she's rubbing the back of her head.
Good afternoon. What happened just now? I heard a strange sound. It's something I just hit my head. See, I dropped an eraser under my desk, and while I was looking for it, a pencil dropped, and when I was looking for both of them, you came and surprised me. Are you alright? I'm sorry, I couldn't know. It's okay. Sorry for making you worry. This is nothing. I've had worse happen to me.
She's quick to reverse Lily's apology, almost frantically trying to push aside the possibility that she could be in any way inconvenienced by bashing her head on the counter.
Yes, worse things have happened.
The girl fidgets with her fingers as Lily doesn't seem to drop her concerned expression
and then shuffles some papers around the counter for no reason. A little shorter than Lily, replete, replete with glasses, freckles, and a very troubled look. She seems to fit a library perfectly.
Lily, did you get my message? Message, Oh, the 2 imported books that arrived. Right, they finally came. I can't believe it took so long, but...
I missed her celebration partially for managing to change the topic, I'm sure. She notices me from the counter, or the corner of her eye, and freezes on the spot when she does.
Oh no, I'm sorry for not noticing you before. Did you need to check out a book or return one? I'm sorry.
The way she can so quickly shift between moods is a little unsettling.
He's with me, Yuko. This is Hisao, a new student. Hisao, this is Yuko, the school librarian.
Pleased to meet you.
Pleased to meet you. Oh, that's you.
We're both on the
Hisao,
same page.
Hisao, pleased to meet you too, Hisao.
we're both on the same page of scattered brain right now. For a second, she visibly attempts to engrave the name on her mind so she won't forget it.
Yuko often arranges to import foreign books in Braille for me. Would you like to tell Hisao a little something about the library?
Lily's innocent suggestion is met with an expression of objective terror.
Please, Lily, I can't. I don't know what he could be interested in. This is too much responsibility.
How is it any responsibility at all? I don't get it. I don't get. But her objection is so sincere, I don't doubt for a second that she would rather disembowel herself on the spot than tell me where the light novels are.
But...
So there's a lot of books in Braille here. I attempt to save the day by asking the first thing that pops into my head. It seems to work at least partially, as Yuko seems to not exactly relax, but at least look slightly less tense.
Well, I think about a third or fourth of Yamaku's library is either in Braille or audio.
Makes sense, given all the blind students that be here. If it's only that, how come this library is so big in the first place?
Well, we get a lot of new books regularly because the library is adequately endowed. That's probably why. They spend more on new books than on my salary, and then I have to organize and shelve all of them.
Damn, too true,
Wow.
true.
It's so troublesome and they weigh so much. I wish I could quit this job.
A very awkward silence flows this revelation of too much information. I'll go check the aisles then, if you don't mind. Probably best for all of us if she doesn't keep talking to me.
Very well. Meanwhile, Yuko, I would have those books if it's all right with you.
My first impression was right. The library is surprisingly big. Ambling down the narrow aisles, my god, I studied the spines of the books in random order, occasionally sliding one out to read the blurb, taking it with me if it looks good. In a few moments, I have a respectable stack of books in my arms. I guess I'll never be stuck for choices in here. The normality of the library sinks in. Sure, there are large printed and braille books scattered throughout, but it is what it is, a library. It's as if the calm mood from the room I had tea with Lily snuck with us in here, unless it was here from to begin with. Something about that puts me at ease, just like before. I reach the end of the aisle and find a collection of desks set up for study, personal reading. Going a little further, though, I discovered a nice corner at the back. While the rest of the library has the odd student sitting at the desk, either reading or stealthily sleeping, the back is pretty much deserted. As I glanced around, I see someone who I recognize sitting on one of the several bean bags. It's the dark-haired girl from my class, the one who snuck out of the classroom earlier. She's reading a book, keeping it close to her face, which makes her look like she's really into it. From the way she was acting today, I had her pegged as more of a delinquent than a bookworm. In fact, her mysterious disappearance from the class raises all sorts of whys in my head. Intricate floats slowly but surely towards the surface, and before I know it, I'm walking towards the mysterious long-haired girl. I guess there's no harm in introducing myself, as I would with anyone else. She's a classmate after all. Walking over to the another beanbag, I take a seat and lay my hands beside it. The girl starts looking scaredly up at me from underneath her frigid. This is the first time I've ever seen her this close. Underneath her long, dense bangs, I could see that part of her face, at least a third of it, if not a half, is pretty badly scarred. My eyes are immediately drawn to the scars, subconsciously peeking past her hair until they meet her own eyes. For a second, I'm shocked and diverted my eyes to the book in her hands before I realized that looking away probably only makes it worse. It takes too many seconds to collect myself and remember what I walked up for. I'm gonna just apologize for that. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you.
It's okay.
The girl certainly doesn't look like it's okay, but I'll let it slide. So, you mind if I sit here? She seems to be very uncertain whether it's okay or not for me to sit, but finally, she nods a little. Just a little.
Okay.
I take the seat next to her, and she hides herself behind her book. Life of Pi. Never heard of it. So, sorry for startling you again. I'm Hassan. She looks up from her book, stalling a little before replying.
I know. We are in the same class.
Her speech is stilted and so quiet that it is barely audible, even in the still library. Somehow I think my delinquent impression of her was wrong.
Hanako. I'm Hanako.
I resist the urge to say, that's a nice name, just to have something to say, but really, it's the only thing that I can think of. I feel like an idiot. Everyone here must be used to being different to each other, and here I am, all bothered and confused about that kind of thing. Don't let me interrupt your reading. I'll just check out these books, if you don't mind. She nods a little, and sighs, a little sigh of relief. So I try to read the cover and the introduction of the book I picked up, and she buries her face into her book. Uncomfortable, silence consumes us. My eyes still wander to her direction, and I sneak a peek at her flowing hair and the scar it's hiding. After a while, I realize that she's doing the same and only pretend to be immersed in Life of Pi. Her gaze is not inquisitive at all, though. It darts around like a scared rabbit. When our gazes finally meet, the chain reaction is unstoppable. She stands up forcefully from the beanbag and takes a deep breath.
I.
I?
I've gotta go do something.
Without warning, Hanako takes off and runs towards the counter. Her hair-like takeoff catches me so off guard that I don't manage to go after her until she has a good head start. By the time I reach the counter, she was nowhere to be seen. Lily and Yuko are happily chatting away. Knowing that I won't be able to catch up to Hanako myself, I approach the girls. Hey, did you see or notice a girl run past here?
Maybe. What did she look like?
Long, dark hair, kind of shy. She had, well, some scars on her face.
You wouldn't be talking about Hanako, would you?
Yeah, that's her. I saw her reading and tried to talk to her, but I think I scared her off or something.
Oh dear. Yuko, would you excuse me? I had better try and find her. Sure. I'll hold on to these until you come back.
What's going on?
I'm sorry, but I'll have to explain it to you some other time.
Right. See you later, then. Lily hastily grabs her cane and hurries out of the library, leaving me alone with Yuko. I don't think I'll ever get the hang of this place. Did I do something wrong?
What did you do?
Nothing. I was just looking for some books, and then she got this fit and ran off. The most offended thing I can think of was that I might have looked at her general direction a few times.
Well, she is a very timid girl. You have to be very careful around her. She can be very jumpy, I think, and she's not accustomed to talking with other people.
Is that a bit strange?
I wonder, it's just how she is, I think.
Yuko doesn't sound at all that convincing. Then again, maybe this is just the norm around here. Everyone has their own problems, or else they wouldn't be here. But how should I deal with these people? Forcing myself to act overly casual only makes me feel like casually only makes me feel phony. Like I was supposed to be ignoring the elephant in the room. Yuko fidgets, looking like she wants to say something to that, but resists it.
I think it's an elephant only if you feel that way.
I guess she doesn't have a good sense of self-restraint. It makes me smile, and she blushes heavily.
What? Did that sound stupid?
No. It sounded really wise. I guess you're right. It's more about me than anyone else. Neither of us have anything to add, so Yuko fills the silence by shuffling some papers around. People who have papers on their desk really like doing this, apparently.
Did you find any books? I should be closing soon. I mean, this library should be closing. I have to do it. I hope that's not too inconvenient for you.
Oh, yeah. I wanted some books, but I left them over there because I'll just go get them. I fetched my stack of books from beside the beanbag where Hanako and I were sitting and returned to the counter.
Wow, you read a lot, don't you?
I surprised myself with that too. Oh god, I just skipped it. Hold on. Text history. There we go. I had a lot. No wait. I surprised myself with that too. Honestly, at least when I really think about it. Okay. Now that I caught that. I had a lot of free time earlier this year, so I just kind of started reading books to fill the time. I couldn't do much else.
I see.
But she doesn't say anything else, and just checks out my books for me. I guess this is what they call tact. Holding the library books in one arm, I trawl my pockets for the key to the door. A sudden sound from behind me startles me, making me nearly drop the books I'm carrying or the key that I almost managed to get into the lock. Who is it? I turn around to see who's talking to me. It's Kenji. He seems to be in a friendly mood, although the light glinting off of his glasses in the dark gives him a sinister look. It's just me. This makes him pause and lick his lips nervously.
Who's me? I don't know anyone called me. Are you some new guy again?
His voice is suddenly strained and quick. Yes, we've met before. Yesterday?
I don't think so. I would have remembered someone who I met only yesterday. When was that? What day is it today?
I try to ignore him. Is he joking? Or what?
Prove that we met before.
You live across the hall. You're Kenji. Kenji jumps back, his eyes filled with an incomprehensible fear.
How do you know my name? Damn, this only means one of two things. Either we've met and you're telling me the truth and I just can't remember it, or you are a spy.
He pauses.
A psychic spy.
His eyes dart around me, trying to peek into my room, although it's hard to believe he can see anything through those thick glasses. His mood swung from friendly to maniac in less than a minute. I'm not psychic.
How do I know that? I'm not a mind reader.
And he points a finger in my face damningly.
Unlike you.
Stop that, man. We met yesterday. What's wrong with you? I live in this room.
Lies. If you think you could pass as Hisao because I'm legally blind, you're sorely mistaken. You know, doesn't look like him. I mean, the resemblance is real slim. Maybe at a distance, but who do you think you're kidding?
I just want to grab him by his collar and shake him. Exasperately. I rub my eyes and let out a heavy sigh.
Stay there!
Kenji comes closer, one careful step at a time. I stay still. At least he assaults me physically, although I doubt he could do much damage even if he did.
Oh! Wait, I see now. Damn, it really is you.
Sighing again, and then once again, for good measure, I step back just in case.
What's up, man? You don't look too good, I think. Something wrong?
I don't know. Just had something stupid happen to me. A few stupid things, actually. Even if you discount this one. I can't get a proper touch on other people here, and I have no idea if it's because of me or because of them. I don't know why I'm telling this to Kenji. It's not like we've had any contact either.
That's rough, dude. Yeah, I'm sorry for calling you a psychic spy and all, but you can never be too careful. It's the hard reality we live in.
I slowly start to think that Kenji isn't necessarily living the same reality as the rest of us.
You see, this is how it is. This world, there is no justice, you see. Even when I lose, I win. because I don't lose the lesson.
What does that even mean?
It doesn't matter.
He dismisses the faulty with a wave of his hand.
So what happened? Why the long face? Do you have a long face?
It's nothing. I just scared some girl off accidentally. Literally, too. She actually ran away from me. Was my fault? Really? I think I'm not really used to this yet.
A girl?
A cute one? Cute? This is a hard question. She had a nice body and really beautiful hair, but the face? I guess it could go either way. She was cute. Yeah, cute, I guess.
I knew it. There's a lot of cute girls here, and strangely, disproportionate amount. I believe this is one of the dark secrets of this school. I tried to warn you, man, but you didn't listen.
I don't remember any such warnings. Dark secrets?
Yes, dark secrets. Extremely dark, like a black hole. Have you noticed the number of girls in this school is slightly but significantly higher than the number of boys? It's like 60 to 40.
He turns his head to the left and stares off into the distance at nothing.
Why is it like this? I mean, to the untrained eye, it doesn't appear to be that bad, but that is a full 20%. One would think that a school with a huge pool of women would be a man's dream. No. What I'm about to tell you can blow your mind. Are you ready?
I don't know where this is going, but I think I won't be missing much by cutting out now. No, I'm not ready. I'll only get as far as turning the doorknob before Kenji starts talking again, showing that he doesn't really care if my mind is blown or not.
I believe that this school is a battleground, the site of a feminist infiltration. This disparity is in the number of men to women is a clear sign of how far they have come. In case this Cold War turns hot, they will have superiority in numbers. Just another skirmish in the eternal war against the forces of the feminists. They're everywhere. In Japan, women outnumber men. It's not that 60-40 split, but it's only in a matter of time, man. Even in America, women are the majority by a hair. They building up their numbers in the past. The build-up of a military has always been the clearest sign of imminent war. Japan is just the first step. Our economy is badass, and the country itself is small and isolated. Yet a huge part of the Pacific in term is a politic value. The perfect target. They're so cunning, as expected of women. Soon, the day will come when.
Kenji's voice trails off ominously.
That is why you can't trust them. They will string you along, and then kill you, just as they killed me. You will end up just like me.
Oh, hell no. I can't stop myself from blurting it out.
Hey, what the hell does that mean?
You said it, not me. It's the best I can think of.
So, you're not supposed to be saying something like that. Damn, so rude. Where was I? Ah, yes, vast feminist conspiracy.
Stop it, stop. I lost your way back there somewhere around feminist infiltration.
Too hard to follow. It's cool. I have some graphs and stuff in my room, and puppets. You like puppets?
No puppets.
You don't like puppets? Okay, graphs are still cool though, right?
He speaks energetically, responding almost before I'm done talking, moving his hands in an animated way as he continues to rant on. This is too strange. Had him pegged as relatively normal, but it's clear that I was wrong.
Something on your mind, dude?
Just thinking about what it's like to be the last sane man on this in an insane world. Kenji frowns, looking deeply upset.
You mean that's you? That can't be. Because I'm the last sane man in an insane world. That's my dream. You can't just steal a man's dream. The hell? There can't be two last sane men in an inevitable that whole last part. And the part is of important. There can only be one. Like in that foreign movie where
I fucking hate that he's referencing a movie.
where there could only be one. And in the end, there is only one dude left. Because that was the point.
I've never seen anyone talk so heatedly and defensively about absolutely nothing before.
Anyways, if you wait here, I can grab my graphs. I also have a list of the other dark and complex conspiracies that this school holds as tangible as... Quick! Finish my analog for me. Be a pal.
I'm going to bed now. It's extremely late.
That doesn't sound like the analogy I was, but whatever. I like you. You seem very like a cool dude. Most people don't understand what I'm talking about. When I try to explain the vast feminist conspiracy to them, denial is a terrible thing. Later.
He claps me on the back and then vanishes into his room so quickly and quietly. It's like he didn't even open the door, but instead walked right through it like a ghost. I don't know if I could fully digest what just happened, so I give up, and I'm just going to my room, kicking off my shoes before face first into bed. Same. It takes me some time to relax and get up so I can get started on homework. It's because the sheets are cool and comforting against my cheeks, and it feels good just lying there with my eyes closed. The school is like something kind of bizarre and surreal island. It's isolated on top of a mountain, and each person is stranger than the last. I just can't seem to fit in. What irony. One would think that fitting in a place that made for people who are unfit for anywhere else would be easy. Maybe I'm trying too hard. Although I say that, it doesn't help take the edge off, and words are left echoing my empty walls. I guess it's not as bad as I expected, though. This place really is more a school and less a hospital pretending it's a school than I thought it would be. If nothing else, scenery is beautiful. I open one eye, seeing the school books and bottles of pills arranged side by side on my desk. Maybe this place is too much like a normal school after all. That's so stupid. I loved it.
Kenji, I can't.
What is it called? You know that one nerdy guy in Yu-Gi-Oh? The one who is wearing all green and everything, and he has like square spectacles?
No, I don't think I watched enough Yu-Gi-Oh to know who that is.
Hold on, I need to find it. Cause the people that I did this with, he does like a whole impression of it for for Kenji, and I love it. Even though I didn't watch much of Yu-Gi-Oh, I still think it's so fitting. Probably try to find it later though, because it's gonna take a bit until I find it through images.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so dumb though. I love it. So close the previous page. I'm pretty dumb. Let me just think. Bing bang boom. feel very tired this morning, probably because yesterday itself was a very tiring day. On top of that, I woke up far earlier than necessary. After saying hi to Shizune and Misha, I started doing the work as instructed from the board. It already looks like today is going to be heavy. I don't have a problem with that, though Shizune and Misha might jump on me trying to get an answer about whether or not I decided to join the student council, even if it's just one day. I would put it past them to try, and I don't have the answer for them, if they do, so the situation is convenient for me. About 10 minutes into class, Hanako walks in and takes a seat, but no one looks at her. The teacher doesn't even comment on her lateness. He does, however, stop us to say we're going to break into groups again. I turn my head and see that Shizune and Misha are looking at me. Shizune gives me a small smile that is equal parts cute and menacing. This is a smile that says, "We have you now. There's no escape."
Hee-chan, it looks like we're together again. Yay, yay!
Misha leans sideways while Shizune pushes her desk closer to mine. There really is no escape now, unless I were to jump through the window. Jumping out the window isn't the best option, sadly.
What's wrong, Hee-chan? Oh, Hee-chan, have you been thinking about what you said yesterday? You said that you would think about joining the student council, didn't you? It's okay, Hee-chan. We were talking about it after you left, and it would be rude to expect you to already have an answer for us this early, right? Ha 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 ha!
I'm so happy you two are able to laugh at my expense, and even more pleased to know that you both know how crazy the two of you can be. Now that that's over, Shizune snaps back into serious mode and smacks today's assignment with the back of her hand in the overlaid, dramatic, and important way. When I actually look at the stuff, it's mostly just reading. In fact, there's only 2 problems. I almost want to say something about her rush to get started seems a bit much, considering the small amount of work. In fact, Shizune probably knows how little there is and simply doesn't care. Yeah, it seems like the workload doesn't matter to her as much as the fact that there is work. The actual amount is unimportant. She approaches everything with the same level of ambition. While I'm reading, I let my eyes wander around the room and catch Hanako trying her hands to solve the problem, and it looks like she's working alone. Can't remember seeing her working with other people before. Thinking back on how shy she is, it's understandable. Hey, that girl over there.
Huh? Who, Hee-chan?
Her, Hanako, over there. Does she always work alone?
I think so, Hee-chan. Do you feel sorry for her because she's alone?
I was just thinking that maybe she could work with us or something?
No, I don't think that would be a good idea, Hee-chan.
Why not?
Hee-chan wouldn't get along with her.
Why? Misha shuffles around the question, letting out a laugh that sounds very strange. It's nervous, fucking, but it seems as that lifting up and down quality presents in everything she says.
Just because, Hee-chan.
By now, Shizune has noticed our conversation, and it makes me realize again how Misha has been signing everything she has been saying this whole time.
What, Hee-chan? The friend of my enemy is my enemy? That sounds so harsh. I'm not gonna say that.
You said it anyways.
No, Hee-chan, it's fine if you over here.
I wonder if this is Misha's way of keeping things fair, since without her, I wouldn't be able to understand a thing Shizune is saying, and vice versa. Is that also why she's signs all the time? So there's never a conversation? Shizune will be left out.
Anyway, we should start on the problems now, Hee-chan.
We finished with the time to spare, and I decided to ask if there are any alternatives to the cafeteria, as frankly, the food so far has been subpar. This sends Shizune and Misha arguing amongst themselves about their favorite restaurants. All of them are downtown, so I don't think we have time to go all the way there. And what about the bill? Are they arguing just for the fun of it? Maybe. They seem so distracted by it that they don't even notice the start of the actual lunch break. I look over my shoulder towards the back of the classroom. She seems to be studying her notes from the previous class. It's an odd sight. Everyone else in the classroom is busy themselves with the lunch break. Socializing, gossiping, rearranging desks. The ones with actual boxed lunches mixed in and chattering like everyone else, only interrupted by a short bout of eating. But when I watch Hanako, it feels like I'm the only one who could see her, almost as if she was invisible, sort of hiding in plain sight. Is she being bullied? Is she isolating herself from the rest of the class on her own accord? I see her look over her shoulder towards the classroom's rear door. Come to think of it, she hasn't turned a page since I started watching her. I guess she's waiting for someone. What do I do? Think. We'll go with her. I still feel bad for making her run away yesterday, so I better say something. Hey there, Hanako.
Hisao.
Well, at least she remembers my name. Hey, I just wanted to apologize for yesterday. I didn't mean to startle you or anything. I'm just new here, and I thought I should get to know my classmates. As Hanako looks up to me, I noticed her scarring once more. It's a little bewildering that you can only barely notice it from across the room, but it's so noticeable from up close.
That's okay. It was my fault.
Nah, that wasn't on anyone's fault. It just kind of happened. So are you waiting for someone? I saw you looking at the door before.
Yes, Lily.
Oh, you mean Lily, the blind girl? Nako only nods in response, and I can't help but wonder if defining people through their disabilities is a pass of the worst kind or just normal here. I guess that explains why Lily took off after her yesterday. She seems like a nice girl. Are you two friends?
Yes.
As if hoping for Lily to appear, she checks over her shoulder again. I think I'm making her nervous again. I hope I'm not disrupting you right now.
No, that's not it. It's just easier if Lily doesn't come here.
Oh, because it's hard to get around the classroom?
Not really.
Hanako's gaze drifts past my shoulder and towards Shizune. Shizune? Hanako nods again. What about her? Don't they get along? Hanako shakes her head. Clearly, this is something she doesn't want to talk about. It doesn't make strange sort of sense. Shizune and Lily not getting along so well? Communication between the two would be all but impossible. It's very hard talking to Shizune through Misha,
even when you can see whose hands are talking. Hanako is forcing focus on Shizune that I am the first to notice Lily at the door. Oh, she's here now. Hanako spins around to confirm this. Upon seeing Lily, she moves quickly to the door.
Lily. Oh, Hanako, good morning. Is the president here? Yes.
Hanako glances over her shoulder at Shizune again, as if to confirm she can't hear them even though that's impossible.
I suppose we'd best be off then.
Lily sighs, and tone of what seems like frustration makes me raise an eyebrow. I guess there's some kind of enmity between the two. It's intruding, but that's not really something I'd ask about. I'm sure if they wanted me to know, then they would tell me. It's only my third day here. I should be trying to make friends and not finding out why people are enemies. Still, it's a little funny to find out that this school has little feuds, just like my old high school. Even if people are more tolerant of others, they still seem to get on each other's nerves. Hey, Lily, how are things? I'm sorry I made you run off yesterday.
Oh my, is that Hisao? I didn't realize you were here.
Seems that Lily was a little embarrassed about being so frank in front of me.
Sorry, Lily, I thought you realized. No, it's alright, Hanako. Hisao, please don't worry about yesterday. It was just a misunderstanding.
If you say so, I'm still working this place out.
Well then, I think you'll find most people here are a lot more forgiving than elsewhere. If you're feeling a little confused, please don't be afraid to ask questions.
Sure, I'll remember that.
Lily?
Lily gives a small nod of acknowledgement.
I'm sorry, Hisao, but we must be off.
Hanako really doesn't look all that comfortable here right now, and Lily still seems a little embarrassed. I wonder if my apology really made any impact. Mind if I accompany you two? I know I'm kind of pushing it, but Lily hums quietly, still smiling.
I'm sure that we could accommodate you, can't we, Hanako?
She looks at Lily, then at me, and then she freezes, wide-eyed.
Sure. Well then, shall we go?
I'm sure Lily wouldn't do this so easily if she saw how scared Hanako looked, but it can't be helped now. Declining after the deal is sealed would only cause confusion and problems. So we leave, all three together. Lily walks beside the wall, letting her cane gently tap against it every now and then. Hanako comes along right beside her, so close that she is practically half hugging her as they go. Although it must make her walk that much harder, Lily takes it in stride. As we turn around the corner of the hallway, something hits me in the chest with the force of a steam train. Hanako shrieks a little, and my vision briefly goes black. Ouch. Opening my eyes, I see a pair of saucer-like green eyes looking up at me. They belong to the perpetrator, a short girl who bumped into me and has now fallen down onto the hallway's floor. She's wearing a PE outfit, or uniform, and a very worried frown. Former strikes me as a rather strange thing to have during lunch break. More striking than that, though, is that she doesn't have legs. Or she does, but They're not flesh and bone. Her pale and very much flesh and bone thighs and in shins and feet made of black metallic or plastic-like material. They look disturbingly artificial and unnatural. It almost makes me forget that my chest is hurting. The girl winces a little and rubs her nose and jumps up.
Oh man. Hey, are you alright? I'm sorry about that, really. I wasn't looking where I was going and you just came out of nowhere. Sorry.
She looked really apologetic. It's in the hurt puppy way of looking apologetic. I quickly forget about being angry or anything since hurt puppies are my weak spot. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Ouch. I say that, but there is a stinging pain growing in my chest, and I know that this is about the biggest possible danger for my condition. Don't overexert yourself. Don't forget your medication, and most of all, don't get hit in the chest. I try to rub my solar plex to chase the pain away, holding my breath in an attempt to hear my heartbeat. It seems normal.
Hey, should I get a nurse?
The worried, high-pitched voice of the girl snaps me out of it. I stare at her for a few seconds, dumbfounded, until I realize that I probably looked worse off than I really was. Doubled over myself and looking all tense. Damn, I'm really overly worried about my heart. No need. I'm fine. Managing to say something in response, I pull myself upright, feeling my sore ribs one last time, taking a deep breath. He just knocked the wind out of me. Big time. But it's nothing more than that.
You sure you're okay? I hit you pretty hard.
It's okay. I said I was fine. And nothing's broken. No harm done.
That's good. Yusao, what happened?
She's not quite up to speed for obvious reasons, but she seems very worried. More than what the situation deserves, really. Someone just bumped into me. Nothing serious. Just winded.
We're sorry, it's my fault. I was just going to get some stuff and I was in kind of a hurry. That someone here is Emmy, isn't it?
The little girl coughs quietly and shuffles her plastic or metallic feet, looking down at them before saying anything.
Hi, Lily, Hanako.
I guess the girls know each other.
Do try to be more careful. You might be sturdy enough to endure these sorts of accidents, but there are people who aren't.
The girl blushes and starts to fidget nervously, like a little child caught misbehaving. So cute, I find myself smiling.
I know that. I was just... I gotta go. Teacher will have my head. I promised to help with the printouts, but then I went running instead. Sorry, but I gotta change and everything.
Before any of us can say a thing, Emmy has already bolted away, leaving the hallway eerily quiet. Does that kind of thing happen often around here?
There are more rules in Yamaku than usual for running in corridors. But that rarely stops Emmy, it seems.
She shakes her head weakly and offers a slight composed smile.
I don't think there's anything we can do to stop her, I'm afraid. Shall we be off then?
Lily heads off along the hallway, and Hanako hurries after her. The route to the room the two use for tea is fairly simple to retrace, being still fresh in my mind from yesterday. Lily and Hanako quickly go about the business of making lunch. Before I can even open my small bag of food, Lily's busy herself with the thermos and tea bags as Hanako is setting out both their lunchboxes. So, is this what you meant by coming here almost every day?
Yes, Hanako and I usually have lunch here. It suits both of us, so we ended up using this room regularly.
After seeing Hanako's reaction to me over the past couple of days, I can understand why that is a boon. That and Lily being able to get some quiet away from her class as well. I take my seat last after Lily poured the tea for us sitting down, and sits down. The more time I spend with these two girls, the more I think they're a perfect foil to Misha and Shizune. Even without a voice, Shizune is direct and brash, and Misha seems to get along with everyone. On the other hand, Lily is soft-spoken and relaxed, while Hanako seems to be the shyest girl I've ever met.
So how are you faring in Yamaku, Hisao? You seemed a bit flustered before.
Apart from getting lost every now and again, and being crash-tackled outside of my classroom, fine, I guess.
You looked pretty hurt before. Are you really okay?
For a brief moment, I considered telling Hanako and Lilia about my condition, but then I hold it back. Can't tell why, but for some reason I feel uncomfortable talking about it to these relative strangers, even if they have been pretty friendly. Yeah, it's nothing. I was just a bit startled. Judging by the two girls' expressions, I don't think they are buying it. But in what I assume is their way of respecting my privacy, they don't press the matter. I guess that's one of the unwritten rules around here. Don't ask. Even if people's conditions are obvious, like Hanako's, there's still bound to be a story involved. Everyone has a thing that they don't feel comfortable speaking about, and I think everyone here recognizes that. So, how long have you been in this school? Both seem to know your way around pretty well.
Well, I've been here since the start of high school, but only moved into the dormitories a year ago. Hanako joined at the start of high school as well, and moved to the dormitories when she did, if memory serves me right. That's right, since high school.
So you've known each other since then?
Since I moved, yes, Hanako lives next door to me, so it's only natural, right? Right.
Yeah, of course. Living next to someone is probably reason enough to befriend them, though I'm guessing that Lily's blindness played a part in it as well. Can't imagine Hanako easily making friends with someone who is deliberately avoid looking at her scars. With the imminent conversation dried up, we start to eat our lunch. It isn't long before the bells are signaling the end of the break. Like me, the girls packed up their lunches and efficiently as they set them out.
I guess I'd better be off. Are you going to go with Hisao, Hanako?
Hanako looks up at me, and for a second I can see that she is considering skipping class, maybe to avoid walking into the classroom.
Yes.
I don't know what to think of it. Hanako really is delicate to the point of breaking if looked at the wrong way. It makes me a bit nervous too, but I push the feeling aside, trying to be as natural as I can. We should hurry then. Class has already started, by the sound of it. Lily gives a nod of farewell, and as she bends down to take her cane, Hanako and I filing out before her. We quietly walk down the empty halls to our respective classes. As we reach the door to Lily's 3-2 classroom, she turns towards me.
Hisao, thank you for sharing lunch with us today.
My pleasure, Lily. And with that, we part ways, Lily entering her classroom and leaving Hanako with me to make off to our own. She's still looking like she wants to run away. So, do you really want to go back to class now?
Yes.
Okay then. I feel like I should say something more to her, but it's hard to come up with anything that would be appropriate and safe. And Lily was right. The more time we spend out here, the more explaining we have to do. I open the rear door of the classroom and walk in. The teacher looks up at me and opens his mouth to say something. However, as Hanako follows me in and, and closes the door, he simply nods to us and continues his lecture. This is the third time that Hanako has had her Trancy partially ignored. Oh god, I didn't read the rest of it. Ah, pain. I'm passing it over text history. There's definitely something going on here. There you go. I just had to finish that up. We make our way to our seats, and I notice Misha and Shizune are both missing as well. I wonder if it's some form of informal agreement with the staff, or if it's a perk afforded to the unique students of the school. Trying to make as little disturbance as I can, I extract the relevant textbooks from my bag and start catching up. Class goes on quietly. Teacher seems like an okay person despite the weird first impression I got, and the materials is relatively interesting. However, the way he teaches is really bizarre. It is as if he expects that everyone is a natural genius. When the final bell sounds, I realize that there is still a lot of time left in the day, and I'm left wondering what to do. It's odd, at a hospital I had 24/7 or 24 hours of day of free time, but here, filling the considerable short hours feels difficult. Everyone else leaves, and I'm left alone with the teacher. Katawa is examining the assignment sheets we were working on earlier, marking them with a red ball pen. Raising his eyes from his paper, briefly, he notices me and frowns with his brow.
What is it, Nakai?
I jump at him addressing me, but I guess it's natural to spark some conversation since there is nobody else around.
Nothing.
Thinking about what to do, I do after school. The teacher slowly puts the cap on the pen he's holding and arranges his papers into a stack, clacking it against the desk twice. He seems very methodical, and for a brief moment, I'm reminded of Shizune, but the teacher is more unhurried and relaxed. Much more routine.
You have no plans?
No. I considered joining a club, but I don't know what kind of club would interest me.
Go observe. A meeting of someone else's club might pique your interest.
I guess. But I don't know how to continue from there. Katawa looks at me in a way that makes me quickly want to take the words back to avoid a conversation. But I can't. So I have to forge ahead. I just don't know how to deal with people. I mean, the other students. Talking to people and everything, so it's not that I'd be isolated or anything. I just don't know what to think about. Disabilities? It's like, it feels that I'm being impolite if I pay attention to them. It's a weird thing, it's weird to ignore them. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. The teacher scratches his cheeks absentmindedly, looking very unresponsive.
These things are only an issue if you make them one. You could talk normally with someone, even if they are blind or something. Try to look behind the superficial. There's not a single student here who isn't just a normal kid behind whatever they might seem at first glance.
He says the same thing as Yuko did. I know they're right, but it's hard. How do you not consider, for example, Shizune's deafness, when the only way of communicating with her is to talk through Misha or Hanako. It's not like you can ignore her face. But I'm interrupted by the door of the classroom suddenly slamming open. Misha crashes in, hands straight in enthusiastic greeting, her voice loud and lively enough to wake the dead from their graves. She starts towards the teacher's desk with her bouncing step, her hands energetically swinging with a rhythm. Matao visibly dismays at the interruption and Misha in general. Thumbs in his chair. Mikado. Misha stops in her tracks and looks around cluelessly, as if she senses from his tone that something's wrong, but has no idea what.
Yes?
We have a talk about volume control before,
Yes?
but she doesn't lower her voice at all, and the teacher just rubs his eye. So, what is it?
We need help. We're running out of the supplies for the festival stands. This is a distress.
She waves a pink slip of paper she's holding around. So, we'll get more supplies from the art room. What's the problem with that?
Plywood. Plywood is always the problem. Last time we wanted more than there was, only a little, but time we just took it all and went with that. Now there's like none left there. So do you know where there is some?
I don't understand. How would I know?
Ichan, I mean the president thought that a teacher would know if there is plywood. Was she wrong?
Matao looks like he's in great pain, frowning with his entire essence, and Misha doesn't get it at all. Looking at the two of them communicate is terrible. Like looking at a man being tortured by drilling his skull open with blasting pop music at full volume at the same time. I'm afraid I have no idea if there is any plywood in the school, let alone where it would be if there was any.
What should I do?
Perhaps try to find Mr. Nomiya. I cannot. I'm quite sure he would know where to find everything you need. You have to pry them from his cold, dead hands. But that's a different matter.
We're so busy.
She holds her head with both of her hands, looking as despairing as possible. For a person like her, without even noticing, she crumbles the note she's holding against her hair.
Couldn't even be fetching these things. There's so much to do and we're falling behind the schedule.
Matao looks at her gravely, and then suddenly smiles. Smiling doesn't really fit his face. I think it'd be better if he doesn't. I wonder if you can get some temporary help. He switches to staring at me focusedly with a hard expression, as if he's trying to say, go make some friends. I guess I could give you a hand.
You can? Thanks, Ichan. You're really nice.
She pauses. Does she a double take and then points at me with her finger, yelping, "Ah!" and looking very puzzled.
Come to think of it, then what's Ichan doing here? Class is over. You should be having fun.
We just had a little chat.
Oh no, it's not detention, is it? Are you in trouble, Ichan?
No, I'm not.
Is Ichan in trouble, teacher?
No, he's not. Mattel sighs deeply, and I feel that I have to help Misha to go get off to get her off of the teacher's back. So, what do you need?
Here's a list. I there's none in the art room.
She offers me the note she's holding. I take it, hesitating a bit. I said I'd help, but this has no implications on whether I'm joining the student council or not.
Aww. Still, thanks, Hee-chan. Try to be quick. We're all in stall building streak now. We must hurry, hurry, hurry.
She bounces out of the classroom, leaving me and the teacher looking at each other with something that feels like a silent agreement. Well, there you are, Nakai. You have something to do now. Please don't sound so smug. Looking at the list with a number of the items ranging from paint to plywood, all written with small, neat handwriting that is undoubtedly Shizune's, I heave a sigh. I'll be going. Waving the long list limply at the teacher, I exit to the hallway. The classroom closest to ours are designated belong to class 3-1 and 3-2 on the right side and 3-4 on the left side, each door looking exactly the same. Further down the corridor, still with identical doors, are rooms that I didn't think were used for classes. Guess the art room is not a classroom as such. Carefully push open the furthest door and peek in. It's a classroom, but it seems rather badly kept, or not in use. Am I in the right place? Desks and chairs are all around the room. A thin layer of dust settled on them. There are some essentials in the corridor, so at least this looks like the right place. The room is flushed in sunlight from the big window, shadows creeping all over the desks. Specks of dust are dancing in the tangent air, making the beams of light almost visible. Jokingly, I call into the empty room. Anybody Something catches my eye, and I stop mid-sentence. Sitting on a desk is a short-haired girl, curiously wearing a boy's uniform, with a fork between her toes, a morsel of food stuck firmly on the end of it. This odd way of dining seems to be caused by her apparent lack of hands, but her presence here is what takes me aback even more. How did I miss her before? She's sitting in the corner very still, but I still somehow took her as a part of the furnishing, or a statue at first glance. I'm not being too observant today as a whole. The girl seems to be frozen in place, staring at me with her huge eyes like a rabbit in headlights. She's staring at me, her mouth wide open, ready to accept the fork. I'm staring at her, my mouth wide open, suddenly remembering I didn't finish my sentence and trying to think if I should. The weird stalemate keeps us both stunned into silence, punctured only by the wall clock ticking rhythmically.
Hello?
The girl stuffs a forkful in her mouth and is now staring at me expectantly while chewing. This is a bit awkward. Hello. I was told to pick up some supplies here for some festival stalls, I think. I didn't think there would be someone here.
There isn't. That's why I came here too.
She picks up another forkful. Does that mean you're here then? She raises her eyebrows as she was suspecting my observation was false.
You're pretty observant. I guess it does. But who are you?
This girl is pretty straightforward, isn't she? I'm Nakai. Isao Nakai. I just transferred on Monday.
I'm Rin. Tezuka Rin. Rin Tezuka. I won't shake hands with you, but at least we know who we are now. That's very nice.
Her deadpan manner of talking makes it hard to determine whether she's joking about shaking hands or not. Kind of bothers me. Joking about these matters doesn't feel appropriate at all.
Well, I'm trying to figure what's appropriate, and whether this girl is... She seems to have lost interest in me, and now is gazing yearningly back at our food.
Can I continue my lunch? If you don't mind me, I won't mind you. If you need to get your stuff, the supplies are at the back.
Go right ahead. But lunch? School's already over for the day.
What word would you use then? There's no word for a meal you eat after lunch, but for dinner, right? It bothers me very much too, but I don't really know what I should say.
I don't think you're supposed to eat meals between lunch and dinner to begin with.
But I'm hungry now, and my delicious box lunch would go to waste otherwise. I have curry, it's very delicious.
With much decisiveness, Rin once again picks up the fork between her toes, and with at least as much in politeness, she points it straight at me.
So Nakai, what brings you to this place?
Like I said, I was told to look for these things.
No, the school. From outside you look fine. Is your problem inside?
Oh no. Oh no, I come to a full stop, opening my mouth but not getting a word out.
I can guess. I'm good at guessing. Better than most people.
Rin cuts me off before I answer her question. Or skirt around it somehow. I don't know which I would have done. I froze in front of this issue again. I haven't told anyone here about my condition, or maybe it's only because it really hasn't come up. I do get the feeling that not making issues of this is part of the school code here, as the teacher said. I wonder if people here could relate. Probably not any better than any normal person could. I can't relate to Shizune's circumstances or Lily's either. Naturally, while I go through this in my head, Rin keeps considering what my condition could be with an overtly contemplative look on her face. She puts her fork between her lips and leans back, looking at the ceiling as if the answer was written up there. A beam of light illuminates her face from the window, creating a mask of dark shadow on this other side.
I think it's anything in your head. Something in your guts would be boringly ordinary, like this lunch of mine, and less delicious. The problem must be in your pants.
I'm fine, baby. God damn it. Ah. This messed up Sherlock Holmes kind of statement and the sheer lack of tact it was delivered with catches me completely off guard. I think I might have reeled back, even physically, as Rin's eyes widen in revelation and astonishment.
So I was right. There's something wrong with your tackle, isn't there?
God damn it. Bruh, this is like the whole fucking little meat bit again. God, I can't escape it. Still partially in shock, but recognizing the needed to reply something, I spit out the first thing that I can think of. No, nothing like that. I have a heart problem. I said it. More like blurted it out, but I said it. The girl in front of me, peruses her lips together and glowers at me, looking very disappointed.
How boring. Trouble in the pants would have been much more scandalous.
What is with this reaction? I'm sorry to let you down.
I forgive you. Just, I collect people, and a person with, you know, that kind of problem would have been really great.
Collect people?
People with different problems.
Huh. So you're just, like, go around asking people what's wrong with them?
Pretty much.
I see. With little left to say, Rin resumes her lunch and the conversation dies away. But I keep thinking about what she said. But the pants thing? It's the first time I've told anyone else about my condition. All the other people have either known about it already or heard about it from someone else. Or didn't need to know about it like every other student here so far. Should I have told her as a natural part of introduction? Is it expected of me? Hi, I'm Hisao. I have a very serious heart condition. Is that how I'm supposed to go around introducing myself from now on? As if our disabilities would define us? What a disgusting thought. Or maybe this Tezuka girl just has an unnatural interest in such things. As I walk to the back of the room to pick up the items on Misha's list, a chance opens to study Rin from the corner of my eye. Her hair is a burnt burn, almost orange, and cropped shorts. Long hair would probably be impossible with no arms. The boy's uniform and the lack of arms makes her look very thin, almost scrawny. She's not particularly pretty except her murky green eyes, which flicker relentlessly from below her short bangs, even when she's eating. The distance and the shadow makes it seem like they don't reflect sunlight at all, but instead absorbs it all of it within them like deep walls. She moves her feet almost as definitely as a person would use their arms. However, I can see how the sight could discomfort people, especially while eating. It makes me feel a bit uncomfortable at least. I hesitate to think about the word unnatural, but it's too late now, isn't it? Keep searching the cabins and the shelves for Misha's things, but after enough time passes, silence grows too uncomfortable. So I try to force some conversation out of the strange girl. So, do you always eat alone? And this late? Or do you get the occasional visitor?
Visitors. Maybe you're my first occasional visitor, but I don't always eat alone either. Sometimes I eat with certain persons on the roof if she's not horsing around.
Horsing?
She likes to do sports.
Oh. That's all I could think of to say. Both of us fall silent again, as Rin forks the last bit of her meal into her mouth. I look down at my haul, double-check with Misha's list. Seems I have everything except Hollywood. So I think I have all the things now.
That's very nice of you. Don't feel obliged to say. I was about to take a nap anyway. You need to do whatever you're going to do with that stuff anyway, right? Or perhaps you would like to watch girls sleeping.
Eh? I'm not sure what to make of this, but Rin looks serious. Even if I did, I think I have to be going. I'll catch you later, or catch you around, Tezuka.
You can call me Rin. I feel that a relationship at this point is good enough to warrant this much.
Alright, I was already turning to make my exit, but she draws me back in. Fine. Then I'm Hisao.
Then you are.
Rin looks at me hard in the eyes, but that intimidating feel you get when someone stares at you isn't there. It's like she's actually not looking at me at all. She blinks a couple of times, and I can't figure out why a pause like that just popped up between us out of nowhere.
See you later, Hisao.
There is something like a tiny smile there in her face, baby. I quietly backed out of the room as I shut the door in front of my face. I whispered to myself, what an intriguing person. From inside, I hear a muffled, sing-song voice.
I heard that. What did she hear?
I jumped at the sudden appearance of Misha, who I had not heard approaching despite the complete empty hallway. Somehow, he had gotten to jump distant of me without making a sound. Creepy. It briefly reminds me of Kenji's nutty theory about the global feminist conspiracy, but I pushed that thought aside. Shizune, standing slightly behind Misha, looks aloof, as she couldn't have heard the remark that drew Misha's attention, but Misha is visibly excited.
No, wait, more importantly, who is in there? There's no club meeting today.
She tries to curiously peek past me, even though the door prevents her from seeing anyway. What are you doing here?
You took so long that we had to come check what's wrong. No good. That's no good, T-chan.
She wags her finger at me scoldingly.
I found plywood, but everything else is still missing because you're tardy.
Oh, sorry. I had got the things here. Was just going to bring them.
I think you were up to some mischief, Hee-chan. Who was in there with you, I wonder?
Misha signs something quickly to Shizune, pointing at her own ear a couple of times. Shizune immediately pushes her way past me and opens the door into the classroom I just left. I can only imagine the shock she is experiencing. With Shizune's diligence and attitude, the insolent and daring to deface school property by sleeping on top of it must be too much to bear. And indeed, she stares at Rin, frozen in place apart from the slight but noticeable trembling of her shoulders from suppressed rage, I'm sure. Instead of blowing up, Shizune takes a few deep breaths, adjusts her glasses, and slams the door shut, turning to sign furiously at Misha. Maybe she didn't blow up, but I can't understand it. He shoots a very loaded stare at me, too, as if it was somehow my fault that Rin is sleeping on one of the tables. I hope she's not getting any funny ideas about the reason of my tardiness.
Hello?
Rin's voice comes from the other side of the door, and it takes a few eye blinks to realize she might have trouble opening it. I open the door to find Rin directly behind it, looking at us with a half-interest, half-sleepy face.
Hello? Miss Tezuka, what do you think you were doing? You're absolutely not permitted to use school property for such disgraceful activity. It sure is suddenly very crowded here. I didn't know I was this popular.
It's hard to say whether she's happy or unhappy about this turn of events. At any rate, she ignores Shizune/Misha's scolding, so they have no choice but to drop the issue. Shizune taps Misha's shoulder and points at Rin and makes some quick sighs.
Popularity aside, please don't do that anymore. Anyway, how's your project going? Will it be done for the festival?
Rin looks at them blankly, apparently at ease under the pressure Shizune's cold stare is putting on her.
I keep wondering about that myself too. And we'll think about it harder.
As Misha signs her reply to Shizune, her face turns into an unsatisfied frown.
Miss Tezuka, please try to take this seriously. It'll be a disaster if the wall looks like someone threw up their lunch onto it.
Rin nods assertively.
I'll think more seriously.
Misha actually giggles at that, but Shizune doesn't. Not even for after translation. Just shakes her head, takes the materials from me, and takes off with Misha in tow. Rin frowns thoughtfully as she looks after the retreating student council duo.
How rude. It's true, though. I must finish my project before the weekend. There will be dire consequences if I don't. The end of the world as we know it. Like weekends usually are, but more dire. Much more dire. Maybe I'll postpone my nap to unforeseen future.
I'm about to ask what project she has and what are these apocalyptic consequences, but she walks back into the art room.
Since you have nothing to do, would you give me a hand? This paint can doesn't fit into my bag, but I need it.
She kicks lightly at a huge can of paint that's lying on the floor next to the table she was sitting and sleeping on. It let out a dull clang. Being the gentleman I am, I naturally picked it up. Heavy. Yeah, sure. What do you need to take it?
Away.
And with that, she takes off to the hallway. Me and the paint can following, since there's little choice for either of us. Just you and me, paint can. The hallway is quiet and empty now, with Shizune and Misha gone. So we too leave towards the stairwell at the other end. Every 10 or 15 or 20 steps, I have to change the can from one hand to another because the thin handle cuts into my palm. At least it keeps my arm from tiring too fast. Ugh. Jeez, like, I hate those. Rin strolls beside me with an uneven pace that I'm having trouble matching. Or am I walking weird because of the extra weight? It seems one of us is constantly walking too slow or too fast, and I can't figure out which. 2 flights of stairs below, trouble appears in the form of the head nurse and his fox-like grin.
Ah, Mr. Nakai! What a happy coincidence! Tezuka, too, of course.
He nods confidentially to Rin, who does not acknowledge him back, then turns to me because obviously it was me who he had some business with.
There's something I forgot to mention on Monday.
I nod and wait impulsively because I can't even begin to guess what he forgot. The feeling of the handle delving deeper into my skin doesn't make me feel enthusiastic about this interrupting either.
It's about your medication.
Since you haven't been that long on your current medication, there might be unexpected side effects, which might require adjusting dosages, or even changing to another medication. So if we will do a few testing regularly, but what I wanted is for you to keep an eye out on everything in your condition that feels off, if you get what I mean. Nausea, headaches, anything. And come see me if something happens. Alright.
So, how are you? Everything fine?
I give up and drop the can to the floor before answering him. Apparently this takes longer than my bicep can handle. I'm about to say something generic as an answer, but then I realize how often I've done that lately. Other people have asked me that too. Teachers and students here. My parents, visitors, nurses, doctors at the hospital. Everyone seems to be concerned about that. It's natural for a hospital, not so much for a school. Except this school. This is a small school, and both the students' base and the facility seems to be very tightly knit. At least, the feelings I'm getting. And this is not the kind of school that gets transferred students too often. The thought sends shivers up my spine, but I give a generic answer anyways.
That's great! Also, one other thing. My sources tell me that been at neither the school track nor even the pool. So I'd like to know if you have taken up exercising as I asked.
Of course, I haven't. But his way of integrating gives me the feeling that I should have been running my ass off on the track since the very first day. You have people spying on me?
Not as such, I just happen to know a few people. But that's not the issue here. So, don't try to slip out of it.
Well, I was actually doing some improvised weightlifting as an exercise. I pick up and lift the can and up and down a few times like a sad imitation of a bodybuilder, even though it's weighing down on my arm painfully. The stupid grin disappears from his face for a second and then comes back like it was never gone.
Tezuka, would you give us a second?
The nurse grabs me by the shoulder without waiting for Rin's permission, which he didn't need in the first place, and drags me aside.
When I told you to exercise, I wasn't joking. I understand that you're still on your first week and all, but please don't ignore the importance of this. The reason I'm coming down this hard on you is that your habits are not easy to form. The more you slip and postpone, the harder it will be. It's the same with everything, like dieting. Can you promise me to be more serious about this from now on?
Maybe. I'm going to have to. Yeah, I promise, definitely. He studies me for a moment and then shrugs, smiling again.
Okay, that's more like it. If you go to the school track tomorrow morning, you'll meet my spy, who probably has no qualm offering consultation to you if you want to jog for a bit.
Consultation?
See you around.
He leaves with a wave of his hand and no answer, and I walk to Rin, who has been waiting idly, leaning against the hallway wall, and staring at the pale light fixtures in the ceiling. Even when I approach, she doesn't move her eyes off of them.
Are you getting medications for your heart thingy?
Were you listening? It comes out more accusatory than I intended, accidentally lashing out at her. But even so, I don't really want to start talking about it. I just met her. I don't know her. It's not her business. Nurse seems to be happily ignoring about confidently too, talking about that kind of things in public. But it's not Rin's fault, is it? I look up at her, suddenly feeling a bit guilty. But Rin isn't, just staring past my shoulder quizzically. Her head tilts like a bird. I don't know why this is so hard for me. It feels like there is more inexplicable blocks that prevent me from being more upfront about this. Yeah, they're for my heart.
Will they make you better?
No, not really. They just make me feel less worse. Rin keeps looking at me for a while longer, and she neither says anything further nor displays any kind of emotion I could disconcern. I'm thankful that she doesn't. I think I'm still not quite used to all this. At the hospital, it was easy, but I still haven't sorted my feelings about having to live a normal life with this disability. We leave the main building and Ren leads us onward towards the dorm. We stop at a small patch of greenery in front of the dorm building. The dorm is built on a slightly elevated ground, with a wall and a few trees that everyone has to circle around every time they go and come, or come and go. It's probably the only inconvenience design in the school. The entire wall made of the same kind of brick as the building itself has been covered with some sort of paint. Most of it is still mere sketches, quick linings drawn with black and white against the gray plaster that covers almost the entire length of the wall. But some places look a bit more finished. There are human faces and legs and hands. I can't quite say what the painting as a whole might portray. Stacks of what seems to be paint cans are arranged in piles on the ground besides the wall.
See, the left side is hardly off the ground yet. It's because I couldn't get in the mood yesterday, so I gave up and went to meditate instead. Then it was suddenly morning.
Art fatigue.
I have to work on it, but the guys from art class are helping with the negative spaces and the base surfaces whenever, which is a problem. It's easier to paint big areas if there are a lot of people with hands. The reach is better, and it's faster too.
She goes on a tangent of tangents, waving a little with her arms or whatever of it there actually is, to demonstrate even though I got the point already. The white cotton of her sleeves flap around. It makes me think it could look sadder than it does. It makes me feel out of place, like almost every tangible reminder of students' faces. Special properties has it in the past few days. This girl doesn't notice my dreary feelings, of course, or the fact that she lost me a while ago already, and just keeps on blabbering.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out, if there's something I need to figure out, and then figure out that out before it's too late and all hope is lost.
Why would the hope be lost?
Because paint has to be painted, and then it has to dry, and then it has to be painted over with another kind of paint. It takes time.
She finally stops, apparently thinking she made some kind of a statement that makes sense. I think it's the best to start from the top. So, this project, you did this?
Yes.
All of it?
Yes.
Nice, but I stumble with my words, suddenly feeling like I've walked straight into a minefield of political incorrectness.
It's okay, you can say it. I probably won't get mad.
I blush really hard. I don't really know what would be the right thing to say, if any. It feels that I'm way more sensitive than Rin is, though. This is really awkward.
Don't you want to ask?
How do you paint without hands?
See, I'm a very easy person to talk to, right? With my feet.
The emphasis, Jesus. I love it. I almost guessed that already, but isn't it hard to do that?
You're good at guessing. Anyway, I don't think it is, but maybe I'm used to it by now.
I can't get my mind around the fact that she could be an artist, but seeing how adept she was using her feet to eat, I figured painting might not be a problem either. Neither of us has anything more to add to the subject.
The afternoon light works pretty well. I was afraid it would look too flat, but it's not like that after all. I think it's actually pretty interesting. I wanted to see what it looks like in dim light. Do you think it's flat?
Well, paintings tend to be flat.
Not like that flat. You know, flat like some people are. No substance, no meat, where there should be some. I know a few girls who. Oh my gosh.
Okay, I get it. But I couldn't really tell. I'm not that good with art. I can't name many artists and artistic terms. So I don't really have anything to say. Rin shrugs her shoulders at that, saying, "Suit yourself," without saying it, and looks up at the sky as if trying to look for something up there.
I didn't think I'd get any actual work done, but if you'd give me a hand with the paints, I could do a little before it's too dark. I wanted to get a halogen lamp like the ones they have at the sports track, but there aren't any.
Rin sure is quick to recruit my help, as Shizune, as was Shizune. Even it really makes me feel that the festival is such a big project that every pair of hands is needed. Why not? I'm not really sure if I can be of any help, though.
It's just mixing some paints, you can do that, probably. Do you have motor control problems, like, those people who have some? Cerebral palsy, maybe?
Not that I know of.
I get it, hard thingy has nothing to do with that.
She gives me a sly look for no reason. No, it doesn't.
Let's do it then.
So she sits on an empty wooden box and very naturally picking up a wide brush between the toes of her right foot. I open a few of the cans and pour some of the content into shallow bowls for mixing. The thick paint flows lazily from the can to the bowl, like syrup. I mix them, creating funny, hypnotic-looking swirling patterns that melt quickly into each other to form a new monotone hue. Rin sets to work every now and then, asking me for a hand with something or the other. Finding different brushes is easy enough, but mixing the paints to be exact tones this girl is apparently seeing in her head is a frustrating ordeal. She wants precision down to the last milliliter before she is satisfied, but her instructions are obscure at best.
Add half a splash of green.
I crouch down to pick up the can of bright green.
The other green, this green.
I carefully pour some of the other green paint into the mixing bowl.
No, that's almost a whole splash. More white. Is green a good color to add?
No idea. You're the artist here. A hint of a smile appears in the corner of her mouth.
Do you lack an opinion?
No, it's just that I have no idea.
It's okay, because I just got an idea. Add more white.
With the exclamation, I pour a minuscule amount of white into the bowl and mix it. It looks slightly whiter.
That's not good. It has to be like the color when you wake up and you know that you saw the meaning of life in your dream but can't remember it.
Ah, damn.
Maybe it's yellow?
Despite the impossibility of mixing a color like that, like the change of a season or any other nonsense that's being imposed on me, I find myself enjoying it more than I thought I would. Seeing a painting based on the plaster wall feels like magic. I spend the moments I have between mixing paints crouching down on the paving and just looking at her work. It feels slightly intrusive at first, like breaking some imaginary intimacy, but Rin doesn't seem to mind the least bit. Maybe it's just in my head. Her entire presence emits a complete different air as she's patiently working the details, adding layers of paint on top of the other layers of paint, steadily moving her foot across the wall and to add new shapes. And I imagine to produce a passable mixture of paint. The rare smile and rinse on her face is oddly rewarding. Apart from a few words when discussing paint mixes, neither of us say a word for the longest of time. And even though short discussions soon evolve into a shorthand, both of us developing and using weird impromptu code words for various paints and hues, as if there was some need to converse words and breathe and sound. We stay there late into the evening until it becomes too dark to paint properly. Oh, how you doing so far?
I'm tired.
You want to call it quits there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm just gonna read this last part though. The sound of an alarm pulls me out of fitful slumber and into the unpleasant state of wakefulness. And then right there is where we'll save it.
Yeah.
Made so much more progress than what I did with the group.
Yeah.
But that was fun. I really had a lot of fun doing that. Even though I scuffed a lot of words. But let me go ahead and switch on over to just chatting. And see if we can find a raid target as well. Also, if you have any other people that I don't know of, we could probably go and raid them.
No, not at the moment.
Well, seeing as I could see someone who's streaming a certain game, go ahead, create a raid message here that also has audio to it. Shush your face, goddamn Sonic ad. I'm going to make a raid message of VN Slime and Oni for the raid. These will be the emotes that I use. You can use whatever you would like to show our support to said person. But we're going to be raiding the wonderful Minnie.
Oh, Minnie! Yay!
She's playing Risk of Rain.
Yeah.
So I'll paste that on there. And from what you said, you got Honkai and Genshin tomorrow. And
I have Honkai and I had to cancel Genshin because I have a visual novel that I'm also reading with Theo.
fair
that
enough.
I forgot about.
Fair enough. But yeah, to everyone who remained throughout the stream, thank you all so much for coming out, and thank you, Ash, yet again for coming in, reading this visual novel with me and having a great time with it too.
I had fun.
But this slime hopes you all have a wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, time zones, wherever you guys are at, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and we shall see you next time. Probably for more of this if you're down for it.
Yeah.
But anyways,